like bitch up. What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion. And if everyone believes the illusion, it becomes reality. Bakushi thinks he's won the game, but he didn't count on a pinch hitter.
All is continuous vibration, always in motion. Conductor of energy, assault in the ocean. Serpent is the sine wave, polarities interwoven. A chemical sorcery, elixirs and potions. Resonant frequencies, molecular explosions. Your daily programs is heavy doses of hypnosis. People walk around blind even though their eyes are open. No time for ideological salesmen with biblical notions. That box in your room, televised lies through your vision. It doesn't matter your race, status, or religion. No longer have to beat you when your mind is locked in prison. That food is filled with toxins, it's why you can't think clear. Illusion of choice is your option while keeping all in fear. Load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here. I said load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here.
We ain't in the same place, or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
In the instant, I changed the mission with photosynthesis. Witness the synthesis, ripping endless on instruments. Feel the frequency, energy off this Hennessy synergy. Literally those that take us to infinity. Reading articles, all is horrible. Calling audibles, I'm remarkable. I shot a fed at a carnival. Dust and particles, follicles gon' be everywhere. Heavy pair of some pistols, I shot them holding that teddy bear. Fuck the system, let's keep it simple, let's raise the temple. Make them triple while you're going to where they all assemble. Not Avengers, I'm the Avenger, I seek the injure. Kept my temper till I stuck the hidden blade up in her. Fuck the ruler, here's what they doing to you. Poison water in the food is what you put into you. I'm the shooter with new maneuvers. Caught back to Ruger, super trooper. He is gonna need a pooper scooper. The revenge of Montezuma. Rocking my Pumas, uppercut like a Kuma, sending you straight to Luna. Cosmic verses from universes on new excursions, emerging the virgin. I pull it back the iron curtain. War leaders are war eaters, born cheaters, war sneakers, rearrange their core features. Born reaper, hurricane, the sword keeper, form ether, burn all of the mold geezers. Up in government, parliament, bitch, I'm tarnishing arguments, ain't no bargaining, throw a bomb in the audience. I'm the guardian, strange you all in the cardigan, rearrange the universe, I am the artisan.
We ain't in the same place, or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
As a king, fighting the spirit of Mesa King, vibing to my queen, playing the tambourine, while I'm eating the tangerine. My plasma was replaced with gasoline, got the blood of the Elohim, manifesting through a dream, a shit you never seen. I got the eyes of Medusa, and the hands of Wolverine, astral project with my inner being. We locked in the inner ring, hoping the Anunnaki intervene. While the world is under siege, they got an abyss under the sea, living underneath. Lightning struck me standing under a tree while I was crumbling weed, and an angel swooped down, put me under her wing. Now she shields me from my desires the devil brings. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion. And if everyone believes the illusion, it becomes reality.
Check it, yo. I always be analyzing to see who's fake. People acting Janus, running around two-faced, talking behind behind my back until they put in their place. You're a 2-course meal without saying grace. On the internet, talking shit through your fingertips, talking high power till your shine is eclipsed, trying to ride a wave until your mind is seasick. Cement shoes and your ankles tied with 3 bricks. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, this is real life. I will piss on your grave and throw dick to your wife. This is a warning mixed with some advice. You might be king, but I'm the ace of spades, and you just reneged. This is food for thought, bitch, eat a grenade. This is what people want, to be treated like dirt. I tried being humble, but that was absurd. All the brainless pigeons flock together like birds, pecking for crumbs until they merge with the crossroads and chuck the demi-urge. I think they had enough, I took the trash to the curb. Let the torture begin and watch them burn. Here's the urn.
It's hard to keep it real with fake people. They can take love, mix it with hate, and make evil. I'm staring at 50 shades of gray people. It's a brand deception, like K-Reno. They are who they say they isn't. On the internet, spreading everybody's business through a troll account. Talking foul, not knowing what goes around comes around. The flat out truth is the energy change when I come around. I guess London Bridge is falling down. Hey people, stall him out. We know all about the narrative painted to control the clout. They gatekeepers trying to stop the ones trying to awake people. HOTC.
Alright. Alright, get started regardless. There's no one here or not. Alright, I think I left off 161. There we are. I ain't gonna read much, but because it started getting a little boring, but maybe it's just me. Alright. It says, thus softened up. It sucks. I should have finished this page. I don't know why I didn't. Alright. Thus softened up, our nation was now deemed ripe for the introduction of drugs. I wonder if they're going to talk about crack, that they flooded our streets with. Our nation was now deemed ripe for the introduction of drugs, which was to rival the Prohibition era in scope and the huge amounts of money to be made. This too was an integral part of the Aquarian conspiracy. The proliferation of drug usage was one of the subjects under study at the Science Policy Research Unit at Tavistock's Sussex University facility. This Tavistock, I keep forgetting to look them up. It was known as the Future Shocks Center, a title given to so-called future-oriented psychology designed to manipulate whole population groups to induce future shock. It was the first of several such institutions set up by Tavistock. Future shock is described as a series of events which come so fast that the human brain cannot absorb the information. As I said earlier, science has shown that there are clearly marked limits to the amount of changes in the nature of them that the mind can deal with. After continuous shock, the large targeted population group discovers that it does not want to make choices anymore. Apathy takes over. Often, preceded by mindless violence, such as is characteristic of the Los Angeles street gangs, serial killers, rapists, and child kidnappers. Such a group becomes easy to control and will docilely follow orders without rebelling. Sounds familiar. Such a group becomes easily to control and will docilely follow orders without rebelling, which is the object of the exercise. Future Shock says SPRU. It defined as physical and psychological distress arising from the excess load on the decision-making mechanism of the human mind. That is Tavistock jargon lifted straight from Tavistock manual, which they don't know I have. Just as an overloaded electrical circuit will activate a trip switch, so do humans trip out, which is a syndrome that medical science is only now beginning to understand, although John Rawling Rees conducted experiments in this field as far back as the 1920s. As can be appreciated, such a targeted group is ready to trip out and take to drugs as a means of escape from pressure of so many choices having to be made. This is how drug usage was spread so rapidly through America's Beat generation, whatever that means. What started with the Beatles and sample packages of LSD has grown into a flood tide of drug usage, which is swapping America. The drug trade is controlled by the Committee of 300 from the top down. The drug trade started with the British East India Company and was closely followed by the Dutch East India Company. It never fails, man. I swear, it never fails. It's like we live in a simulation. They're like, Chuck's reading, get the loud cars by there. It's insane. The drug trade is controlled by the Committee of 300 from the top down. The drug trade started with the British East India Company and was closely followed by the Dutch East India Company. Both were controlled by a council of 300. The list of names of members and stockholders of the BEIC read like something out of the Brett's Peerage. BEIC established the China Inland Mission, whose job it was to get the Chinese peasants, or coolies, as they were called, addicted to opium. This created the market for opium, which the BEIC then filled. I remember hearing about this, where Britain was the ones trying to do that to China, just like our government did that to America with other drugs. And if people don't know, most of the wars, like Vietnam, was about opium. And I think the Middle East was about opium too. That was, one of the reasons. Anyway, in such the same way, the Committee of 300 used the Beatles to popularize social drugs. With the youth of America and the Hollywood in crowd, Ed Sullivan was sent to England to become acquainted with the first Tavistock Institute rock group. To hit the shores of the United States, Sullivan then returned to the United States to draft the strategy for the electronic media and how to package and sell the group. Without the full cooperation of the electronic media and Ed Sullivan, in particular, the Beatles and their music would have died on the vine. Instead, our national life and the character of the United States was forever changed. Now that we know, it is all too clear how successful the Beatles' campaign to proliferate the use of drugs became. The fact that the Beatles had their music and lyrics written for them by Theo Adorno was concealed from the public view. I didn't know that. The prime function to the Beatles was to be discovered by teenagers who were then subjected to a non-stop barrage of Beatle music until they became convinced that they liked the sound and adopted it, along with all that accompanied it. The Liverpool group performed up to expectations, and with a little help from their friends, i.e., illegal substance we call drugs, created a whole new class to young Americans in the precise mold ordained by the Tavistock Institute. Tavistock had created a highly visible new type to act as their drug runners. The China Inland Mission, Christian missionaries, would not have fitted in with the 1960s. The new type is social scientist jargon. What it meant was that the Beatles created new social patterns, first and foremost, being to normalize and popularize the use of drugs. The new taste in clothes and hairstyle, which really distinguished them from the older generation, as was intended by Tavistock. Man, that reminds me of like hip hop and stuff. You know, how the rappers talk about smoking dust, you know, taking shrooms and acid. And perks and all that. It is important to note the deliberate fragmentation, it is important to note the deliberate fragmentation inducing language used by Tavistock. The teenagers never once dreamed that all the different things they aspired to were the product of older scientists working in think tanks in England and Stanford research. How mortified they would have been if they had discovered that most of their cool habits and expressions were deliberately created for their use by the group of older social science scientists. The role of the media was and remains very important in promoting the use of drugs on a nationwide scale. When coverage of the street warfare gangs was abruptly terminated by the media, they became burned out as a social phenomenon. The new age of drugs followed. The media has always served as a catalyst and has always pushed new causes. And now media attention was focused on drug usage, and it supports the beat generation. I wonder what they mean by that, beat generation. Yet another phrase fashioned at Tavistock in its determined efforts to bring about social changes in the United States. Drug usage now became an accepted part of everyday life in America. Drug usage now became an accepted part of everyday life in America. This Tavistock designed program took in millions of American youth, and the older generation began to believe that America was undergoing a natural social revolution, failing all the while to realize that was happening to their children was not a spontaneous movement, but a highly artificial created design to force changes in America's social and political life. When I started to learn about this a while ago, what's up, Renegade, Tommy? It's good to see you guys. When I realized about the Beatles and what was behind it in this revolution, the same thing with hip hop. When I look back, the descendants of the British East India Company were delighted with the success of their drug-pushing program. Their disciples became adept in the use of lysergic acid, LSD. So Wow. Lysergic acid, LSD, so conveniently made available by patrons of the drug trade like Aldous Huxley, courtesy of the highly respected Sandoz Company of Switzerland, and financed by the great Warburg banking dynasty. The new wonder drug was promptly distributed at all rock concerts and on college campuses in free sample packages. Damn! The question that begs to be asked is, what was the FBI doing while all this was going on? They were getting high too. The purpose of the Beatles had become abundantly clear. The British East India Company's descendants in the upper-class society in London must have felt very good about the billions of dollars that began rolling in. With the coming of the rock, which shall henceforth be used as shorthand to describe Adorno's friendish, satanic music, a tremendous increase in the use of social drugs, especially marijuana, was observed. The entire dope business was expanded under the control and direction of the Science Policy Research Unit. The Science Policy Research Unit was run by Leland Bradford, Kenneth Dam, and Ronald Lippert, under whose expert guidance a large number of new scientists were trained to promote future shock, one of the chief being the dramatic increase in the use of drugs by American teenagers. The SPRU's policy papers planted in various government agencies, including the Drug Enforcement Agency, dictated the course of the distraught drug war allegedly waged by the Reagan and Bush administration. This was the forerunner of how the United States is run today, by one committee and or council after another, by an intergovernment fed on Tavistock papers, which they firmly believe are their own opinions. These virtual unknowns are making decisions that will forever change our form of government and the quality of life here in the United States. Through crisis adaptation. Through crisis adaptation. What's adaptation mean? Anyway, we have already been changed so much as to barely compare with what we were in the 1950s. Also, our environment has been changed. There is a book called Acid Dream. See if you can find that. Okay. I'll look when I'm done reading. I'll see if I could find it. All you got to do is put the title and look PDF in Google, and it'll probably come up. But I'll check it. There is much talk about environment these days. And while it mostly refers to green surroundings, pure rivers, and fresh air, there is another, equally important environment, namely the drug environment. The environment of our lifestyle has become polluted. Our thinking has become polluted. Our ability to control our destiny has become polluted. We are confronted by changes that pollute our thinking to the extent that we do not know what to make of all it. Make of it all. Damn. The environment of change is crippling the nation. We appear to have so little control that it has produced anxiety and confusion. Facts. We now look to group solutions instead of individual solutions to our problems. We do not make use of our own resources to solve problems. And this prolific rise in drug usage is playing a leading role. The strategy is a deliberate one, devised by the new scientists, the social engineers, and tinkerers, aimed at the most valuable of all areas, our self-image, or how we perceive ourselves, which lead us eventually to become like sheep being led to the slaughter. We have become confused by the many choices we have to make, and we have become apathetic. We are manipulated by unscrupulous, I love that word. We are manipulated by unscrupulous men without being aware of it. This is particularly true of the drug trade, and we are now in the transition stage where we can be set up for a change from the present constitutional form of government, which has taken a giant leap forward under the Bush administration. While there are those who still persist in the face of all the evidence to the contrary in saying it can't happen in America. The fact is, it has already happened. Our will to resist events not to our liking has been steadily eroded and undermined. We will resist, some of us say, but not so many of us will do that, and we will be in the minority. Yes. The drug trade has insidiously changed our environment. The alleged war on drugs is a farce. Yeah, the war on drugs is a farce, more like a fart. It does not exist in qualitative measure to make the slightest difference to the descendants of the British East India Company. Combined with computerization, we are almost fully brainwashed, robbed of our ability to resist forced changes, which bring us to another environment, people control, also known as personal information control, without which governments cannot play their numbers games. As matters stand, we the people have absolutely no way of knowing just what the government does or does not know about us. Government computer files are not subject to scrutiny by the public at large. We do foolishly believe that personal information I can't say that word. Personal information sacrosanct? I don't know. That's crazy. I've never seen that word in my life. Remember, in every society, there are rich and powerful families who control law enforcement agencies. I have proved the existence of such families. Do not think if these families wanted to find out about us, they could not do so. These are the families who often have a member in the Committee of 300. Take Kissinger, for instance, who has his own private dossiers on hundreds of thousands of people, not only in the US, but all over the world. Are we on Kissinger's enemy list? Is this far-fetched? Not at all. Take P2 Masonic and Committee Monte Carlo, who have such lists which run into tens of thousands of names. Incidentally, Kissinger is one of them. There are other private intelligence agencies such as Intel, whom we shall meet later. One of the ways heroin is moved into Europe is through the Principality of Monaco. The heroin comes from Corsica, carried in ferries that ply a busy trade between Corsica and Monte Carlo during the summer. There is no check of what goes on or comes off these ferries. As there is no border between France and Monaco, drugs, and more especially heroin, partly processed opium, flows through the open border on Monaco into laboratories in France. Or else, if it had already been processed into heroin, it goes directly to the distributors. The Grimaldi family has been in the drug smuggling business for centuries because Prince Rainier got greedy and began skimming heavily and would not desist after 3 warnings. His wife, Princess Grace, was murdered in a car accident. Rainier underestimated the power of the committee, of which he is a member. The Rover car in which she was traveling had the brake fluid chambers tampered with in such a way that each time the brakes were depressed, fluid was releasing in measured amounts until by the time the car reached the most dangerous and several hairpin bends, there was no stopping power, and it sailed over a stone wall, hitting the ground 50 feet below in a sickening smash. That reminds me of the movie The Mechanic. But yeah, when they said car crash, I already knew what they did. That's real famous brake line cuts. Anyway, everything possible was done by the Committee of 300 operatives to conceal the truth about the murder of Princess Grace. To this day, the Rover car remains in the custody of French police, shrouded under a cover on a trailer which no one is allowed to approach, let alone examine. The signal for the execution of Princess Grace was picked up by the British Army listening post in Cyprus, and it is believed by well-placed source that the committee, Monte Carlo, and P2 gave the order. See, this is what I'm talking about. Man, that bugged me out. I went to scroll down and it just went to the second page. The drug trade controlled by the Committee of 300 is a crime against humanity. By having been conditioned and softened up by years of incessant bombardment by the Tavistock Institute, we have more or less accepted our change environment regarding the drug trade as a problem that is too big to handle. Man, this is not the case. If we could marshal an entire nation, equip and send millions of American soldiers to fight in a war in Europe in which he had no business intervening, if we could defeat a major power, then we can smash the drug trade using the same World War II tactics. The logistical problems that had to be solved when we entered the Second World War are even today still mind-boggling. Yet we successfully overcame all problems. Why then is it impossible to defeat a well-defined enemy, far smaller and weaker than Germany, given the immensely improved weapons and surveillance equipment we have today? The real reason that the drug problem is not eradicated is because it is being run by the highest families in the entire world as part of a coordinated, gigantic money-making machine. Not only is it a money-making machine, it's also genocidal to our country, killing a lot of people. And it keeps us weak. If we had a country of sober, strong people, we would be more of a warrior country. But most people are on medications, on drugs. Anyway, in 1930, British capital invested in South America greatly exceeded capital investment in British dominions. Graham, in Authority on British Investment Abroad, stated that British investment in South America exceeded £1 trillion. Remember, this was 1930, and £1 trillion was a staggering sum of money in those days. What was the reason for such heavy investment in South America? In a word, it was drugs. The plutocracy controlling British banks held the purse strings, and then, as now, put up a most respectable facade to cover their true business. No one ever caught them with dirty hands. They always had frontmen, even as they do today, willing to take the blame if things went awry. Then as now, the connections with the drug trade were tenuous at best. No one was ever able to lay a finger on the respectable and noble banking families of Britain, whose members are on the Committee of 300. There is great significance in that only 15 members of the Parliament were the controllers of the vast empire, of which the most prominent were Sir Charles Barry and the Chamberlain family. These overlords of finance were busy in places like Argentina, Jamaica, and Trinidad, which became big money spinners for them through the drug trade. In these countries, British plutocrats kept the locals, as they were contemptuously called, at bare substance levels, hardly above slavery. The fortunes extracted from the drug trade in the Caribbean were vast. The plutocrats hid behind plutocrats. No wonder they named that planet Pluto. The plutocrats hid behind the faces like Trinidad Leaseholds Limited. But the real meat, then as now, was drugs. This is true of today, where we find that Jamaica's gross national product is made up of almost entirely of sales of ganja, a very potent form of marijuana. The mechanism for handling the ganja trade was set up by David Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger under the title Caribbean Basin Initiative. Up until a relatively short time ago, the true history of the China opium trade was quite unknown, having been as well covered up as it is possible to do so. Many of my former students, in the days when I was recruiting, would come and ask me why the Chinese were so fond of smoking opium. They were puzzled, as are many still today, over contradictory accounts of what had actually taken place in China. Most thought was merely a case of the Chinese workers buying opium on an open market and smoking it, or going to some of the thousands of opium dens and forgetting their terrible existence for a while. The truth is that the supply of opium to China was a British monopoly, an official monopoly of the British government and official British policy. The Indo-British opium trade in China was one of the best kept secrets, around which many misleading legends grew up, such as Clive of India and the tales of Doringo due by the British Army in India for the glory of the empire, so well written by Rudyard Kipling, and tales of the tea clippers racing around the oceans with their cargoes of China tea for the high society. The China tea for the high society, drawing rooms of Victorian England. In reality, the history of British occupation of India and Britain's opium wars are some of the most dastardly blots of Western civilization. Almost 13% of the income of India under British rule was derived from the sale of a good quality Bengal opium to the British-run opium distributors in China. The Beatles of the day, the China Inland Mission, had done a great job in proliferating the use of opium among the poor Chinese laborers, coolies as they were called. You ever heard of the term, can I get smoking a coolie? Now I get it. These addicts did not suddenly materialize out of thin air, any more than did teenager addicts in the US. The point to remember is that both were created. In China, a market for opium was first created and then filled by opium for Bengal. In the same way, a market for marijuana and LSD was first created in the United States by methods already described, and then filled by British plutocrats and their American cousins with the help of the overlords of the British banking establishment. The lucrative drug trade is one of the worst examples of making money out of human misery. The other being the legal drug trade run by the pharmaceutical drug houses under the Rockefeller ownership. In the US, for the most part, but with substantial companies operating in Switzerland, France, and Britain, and fully backed by the American Medical Association, AMA. The dirty dope transactions and the money it generates flows through the city of London, together with Hong Kong, Dubai, and laterally Lebanon, thanks to the invasion of that country by Israel. There will be those who doubt this statement. Quote, look at this business columns of the Financial Times. They will tell us, don't tell me that this is all related to drug money. Of course it is. But don't imagine for 1 minute that the noble lords and ladies of England are going to advertise the fact. Remember, the British East India Company, officially, its business was trading in tea. The London Times never dared tell the British public, and this don't make sense. The London Times never dared tell the British public that it was possible to make vast profits from tea, nor did the Illustrator's paper even hint at a trade in opium being plied by those who spent their time in London's fashionable clubs or playing a chuka of polo at the Royal Windsor Club, or that the gentlemen officers who went out to India in the service of the empire were financed solely by the enormous income derived from the misery of millions of Chinese coolies addicted to opium. The trade was conducted by the illustrious British East India Company, whose meddling in political, religious, and economic affairs of the United States has cost us very dearly for over 200 years. The 300 members of the British East India Company board were a cut above the common herd. They were so mighty, as Lord Bertrand Russell once observed, they could even give God advice when he had trouble in heaven. Nor should we imagine that anything has changed in the intervening years. Exactly the same attitude prevails today among the members of the Committee of 300, which is why they often refer to themselves as the Olympians. Later, the British Crown, i.e. the royal family, joined the British East India Company's trade and used it as a vehicle to produce opium in Bengal and elsewhere in India, controlling exports through what was called transit duties, that is. The Crown levied a tax on all producers of opium duly registered with the state authority who were sending their opium to China. Wow. These people even fucking registered? I had to stand up. Prior to 1896, when the trade was still illegal, a word used to extract greater tribute from the producers of opium. They were never having been the slightest attempt to stop the trade. Colossal amounts of opium were shipped out of India on the broad China tea clippers. Those sailing ships around which legend and lore were built, which supposedly carried chests of tea from India to China to the London Exchange. And now I know where to get the LA Clippers from. If you think about it, LA and then China's right there. So audacious did the British East India Company lords and ladies become that they tried to sell this lethal substance to the Union and Confederate armies in pill forms as a painkiller. Is it difficult to imagine just what would have happened had their plan succeeded? All those hundreds of thousands of soldiers would have left the battlefield totally hooked on opium. The Beatles were much more successful in turning out millions of teenage addicts in later years. But look at Vietnam. They brought that shit back. They were shipping it in dead soldiers. The Bengal merchants and the British controllers and bankers grew fat and intolerant on the enormous amounts of money that poured into the coffins of the British East India Company. Coffers, from the wretched Chinese coolies opium trade. BEIC profits, even in those years, far exceeded the combined profits made a single year by General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler in their heydays. The trend is making huge profits out of drugs was carried over into the 1960s by such legal drug death merchants as Sandoz, the makers of LSD, and Hoffman La Roche, manufacturers of Valium. The cost of raw material and manufacturing of Valium to Hoffman La Roche is $3 per kilo, 2.2 pounds. It is sold to their distributors for $20,000 per kilo. By the time it reaches the consumer, the price of the Valium has risen to $50,000 per kilo. Valium is used in huge quantities in Europe and in the United States. It is possibly the most used drug of its kind in the world. Are they talking about the pills Valium? Hoffman La Roche does the same thing with vitamin C, which costs them less than 1 cent a kilo to produce. It is sold for a profit of 10,000%. When a friend of mine blew the whistle on the criminal company, which had entered into a monopoly agreement with other producers, in contravention of European Economic Community laws, he was arrested on the Swiss-Italian border and hustled into prison. His wife was threatened by the Swiss police until she committed suicide. As a British national, he was rescued by the British consul in Bernay as soon as the word of his plight was received. Removed from prison and flown out of the country, he lost his wife, his job, and his pension because he dared to disclose Hoffman La Roche secrets. The Swiss take their industrial espionage law very seriously. Remember this the next time you see those lovely advertisements of Swiss ski slopes, beautiful watches, pristine mountains, and cuckoo clocks. This is not what Switzerland is about. It is about dirty multi-billion-dollar money laundering, which is carried out by major Swiss banks with Swiss banks' houses. It is about the Committee of 300 legal drug manufacturers. Switzerland is the committee ultimate safe haven for money and protection of their bodies in time of global calamity. Yeah, when he said Swiss, I thought of the banks. I didn't think of no fucking mountains. Now, mind you, one could get into serious trouble with the Swiss authorities for giving out any information on these nefarious activities. The Swiss regard it as industrial espionage. which usually carries a 5-year term in prison. It is safer to pretend that Switzerland is a nice, clean country rather than look under the covers or inside its garbage can banks. In 1931, the managing directors of so-called Big Five British companies were rewarded by being made peers of the realm for their activities in drug money laundering. Who decided such matters and bestows such honors? It is the Queen of England who bestows honors upon the men in the top positions in the drug trade. British banks engaged in this terrible trade are too numerous to mention, but a few of the top ones are the British Bank of the Middle East, Midland Bank, National and Westminster Bank, Barclays Bank, Royal Bank of Canada, Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, Baring Brothers Bank. Many of the merchant banks are up their hocks in pig-will drug trade profits. Banks such as Hambro's, for example, run by Sir Jocelyn Hambro, for a really interesting major study of the Chinese opium trade. One would need access to India's office in London. I was able to get in there because of my intelligence service and received great assistance from the trustee of the papers of the late Professor Frederick Wells Williamson, which provided much information on the opium trade carried on by the British East India Company in India and China in the 18th and 19th centuries. If only those papers could be made public, what a storm would burst over the heads of the crowned vipers of Europe. Today, the trade has shifted somewhat in that less expensive cocaine has taken over a good part of the North American market. In the 1960s, the flood of heroin coming from Hong Kong, Lebanon, and Dubai threatened to engulf the United States and Western Europe. When demand outspaced supply, there was a switch to cocaine. But now, at the end of 1991, that trend has been reversed. Today it is heroin that is back in favor, although it is true that cocaine still enjoys great favor among the poorer classes. Heroin, we are told, is more satisfying to addicts. The effects are far more intense and last longer than the effects of cocaine, and there is less international attention on heroin producers than there is on Colombian cocaine shippers. Besides which, it is hardly likely that the U.S. would make any real effort to stop the production of opium in the Golden Triangle, which is under the control of the Chinese military. A serious war would erupt if any country tried to interdict the trade. A serious attack on the opium trade would bring Chinese military intervention. The British know this. They have no quarrel with China, except for an occasional squabble over who gets the larger share of the pie. Britain has been involved in the China opium trade for over 2 centuries. No one is going to be so foolish as to rock the boat when millions upon millions of dollars flow into the bank accounts of the British oligarchists, and more gold is traded on the Hong Kong gold market than the combined total traded in London and New York. Those individuals who fondly imagine they can do some kind of a deal with a minor Chinese or Burmese overlord in the hills of the Golden Triangle apparently have no idea of what is involved. If they had known, they would never have talked about stopping the opium trade. Such talk reveals little knowledge of the immensity and complexity of the Chinese opium trade. British British plutocrats, the Russian KGB, the CIA, and the US bankers are all in league with China. Could one man stop or even make a small dent in the trade? It would be absurd to imagine it. What is heroin and why is it favored over cocaine these days? According to the noted authority on the subject, Professor Galen, heroin is a derivative of opium, a drug that stupefies the senses and induces long periods of sleep. This is what most addicts like. It is called being in the arms of Morpheus. Opium is the most habit-forming drug known to man. Many pharmaceutical drugs contain opium in various degrees. It is believed that paper used in the manufacture of cigarettes is first impregnated with opium, which is why smokers become so addicted to their habit. Damn. The poppy seed from which it is derived was long known as the Mughals of India, who used the seed mixed in tea offered to a difficult opponent. It is also used as a pain-killing drug, which largely replaced chloroform and other older anesthetics of a bygone era. Opium was popular in all the fashionable clubs of Victorian London, and it was no secret that men like the Huxley brothers used it extensively. Damn. Members of the Orphic Dionysus, cults of the Hellenic Greece, and the Osiris-Horus cults of Ptolemaic Egypt, which Victorian society embraced, all smoked opium. It was the in thing to do. So did some of those who met at St. Ermin's Hotel in 1903 to decide what sort of a world we would have. The descendants of the St. Ermin's crowd are found today in the Committee of 300. It is these so-called world leaders who brought about such a change in our environment that enabled drug usage to proliferate to the point where it can no longer be stopped by regular law enforcement tactics and policies. This is especially true in big cities, where big populations can conceal a great deal of what transpires. Many in the circles of royalty were regular opium users. One of their favorites was the writer Coudenhove Kalergi, who wrote a book in 1932 entitled Revolution Through Technology, which was the blueprint for the return of the world to a medieval society. The book, in fact, became a working paper for the Committee of 300's plan to deindustrialize the world, starting with the United States, claiming that pressures of overpopulation are a serious problem. Kalergi advised a return to what he called open spaces. Does this sound like the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot? Here are some extracts from the book. In its facilities, the city of the future will resemble the city of the Middle Ages, and he who is not condemned to live in the city because of his occupation will go to the countryside. Our civilization is a culture of the major cities, therefore it is a marsh plant. Born by degenerated, sickly, and decadent people who have voluntarily or involuntarily ended up in this dead end street of life. Isn't that very close to what Angkor Wat gave as his reasons for depopulated Phnom Penh? I think that's what that says, Phnom or Phnom Penh. The first opium shipments reached England from Bengal in 1683, carried in British East India Company tea clippers. Opium was brought to England as a test, an experiment, to see whether the common folk of England, the yeomen, and the lower classes could be induced into taking the drug. It was what we call today test marketing of a new product. But the sturdy yeomen, Yeomen, I think that's what that says. But the sturdy yeomen and the much derived lower classes were made of stern stuff, and the test marketing experiment was a total flop. The lower classes of British society firmly rejected opium smoking. Smart. The plutocrats and oligarchists in high society in London began casting about for a market that would not be so resistant, so unbending. They found such a market in China. In the papers I studied at the India office, under the heading Miscellaneous Old Records, I found all the confirmation I could have wished for, in proving that the opium trade in China really took off following the founding of the British East India Company funded China Inland Mission, ostensibly a Christian missionary society, but in reality the promotion, men and women, for the new product being introduced into the market, that new product being opium. This was later confirmed when I was given access to the papers of Sir George Birdwood in India Office Records. Soon after, the China Inland missionaries set out to give away their sample packages and show the coolies how to smoke opium. Vast quantities of opium began to arrive in China. The Beatles could not have done a better job. In both cases, the trade was sanctioned by British royal family, who openly supported the Beatles. Where the British East India Company had failed in England, it now succeeded beyond its wildest expectations in China, whose teeming millions of poor looked upon smoking opium as an escape from their life of misery. I think this shit's repeating itself, man. Opium dens began proliferating all across China. And in the big cities like Shanghai and Canton, hundreds of thousands of miserable Chinese found that a pipe of opium seemingly made life bearable. The British East India Company had a clear run for over 100 years before Chinese government woke up to what was happening. It was only in 1729 that the first laws against opium smoking were passed. The 300 board members of BEIC did not like it one bit, and never one to back down. The company was soon engaged in running battle with the Chinese government. The BEIC had developed poppy seeds that brought the finest quality opium from the poppy fields of Benares and Bihar in the Ganges Basin in India, a country they fully controlled. This fetched top price, while the lower grades of opium from other areas of India were sold for less. Not about to lose their lucrative market, the British Crown engaged in running battles with Chinese forces and defeated them. In the same manner, the U.S. government is supposedly fighting a running battle against today's drug barons, and like the Chinese, are losing heavily. There is, however, one big difference. The Chinese government fought to win, whereas the United States government is under no communication to win the battle, which explains why staff turnover in the Drug Enforcement Agency is so high. After this page, I'm going to stop. I'm going over an hour, okay. Then I'll open the panel for a little bit. Laterally high-grade quality opium has come out of Pakistan via Makra on the desolate coastline of the country, from whence ships take the cargo to Dubai, where it is exchanged for gold. This is said to account in part for heroin being favored over cocaine today. The heroin trade is more discreet. There is no murder of prominent officials, such as became an almost daily occurrence in Colombia. Pakistani opium does not sell for as much as Golden Triangle or Golden Crescent Iranian opium. This has greatly spurred heroin production and sales, which threaten to overtake cocaine as the #1 seller. The vile opium trade was talked about in the upper crust circles of England society for many years as the spoils of the empire. The tall tales of Valor in the Khyber Pass covered a vast trade in opium. The British Army was stationed in the Khyber Pass to protect caravans carrying raw opium from being pillaged by hill tribesmen. Did the British royal family know this? They must have. What else would induce the crown to keep an army in the region where there was nothing of much worth other than the lucrative opium trade? It was very expensive to keep men under arms in a far-away country. Her Majesty must have asked why these military units were there, certainly not to play polo or billiards in the officers' mess. The BEIC was jealous of its monopoly in opium. Would we be competitors receive short shrift? What the fuck does shrift mean? In a noted trial in 1791, a certain Warren Hastings was put on charges that he helped a friend to get into the opium trade at the expense of the BEIC. The actual wording, which I found in the records of the case housed in India, gives some insight into the vast opium trade. The charge is that Hastings has granted a contract for the provision of opium for 4 years to Stephen Sullivan without advertising for the same, on terms glaringly obvious and wantonly profuse, for the purpose of creating an instant fortune for the said William Sullivan ESQ. As the BEIC British government held the monopoly in opium trading, the only people allowed to make instant fortunes were the nobility, the aristocracy, the plutocrats, and the oligarchical families of England, many of whose descendants sit on the Committee of 300, just as their forebears sat at the Council of 300, who ran the BEIC. Outsiders like Mr. Sullivan soon found themselves in trouble with the Crown, if they were so bold as to try and help themselves get into the multi-billion-pound sterling opium business. The honorable men of the BEIC, with its list of 300 councillors, were members of all the famous gentlemen's clubs in London, and they were, for the most part, members of Parliament, while others, both in India and at home, were magistrates. Company passports were required to land in China. When a few busybodies arrived in China to investigate the British Crown's involvement in the lucrative trade, BEIC magistrates promptly revoked their passports, thus effectively denying them to enter into China. Friction with the Chinese government was common. The Chinese had passed a law, the Young Cheney Edict of 1729, forbidding the importation of opium, yet the BEIC managed to keep opium as an entry into the Chinese customs tariff books until 1753, the duty being 3 taels per chest of opium, even when British Special Secret Service, the 007 of the day, saw it that troublesome Chinese officials were bought off, and in the case where that was not possible, they were simply murdered. I wonder how much further this is. God, they've been talking about this forever. Page 73. I started at 61, so I read 13 pages. What do y'all think? That's pretty good or what? I would keep going, but I don't want to bore people. Man, they just keep going. Sometimes I feel like they're repeating themselves. It's like, man, how long can you talk about drugs? You know, it's like I get the point. There's 169 pages in this book. I'm at page 73, so almost halfway there. I've been watching that channel, the My Breakfast Break or some shit. Man, that dude has some good stuff. He makes a lot of good points too about these fires that have been happening. This book's pretty interesting. I mean, it's a lot of reading. They pack a lot in these pages. Sometimes I feel like I read a page. It feels so long, but I would want to keep going, but let me see how much longer this is. 73. Feels like 3 pages to the next topic. I would keep going. God damn. Now they're going to start talking about Mexico, I see. 79, 80, 81. Fuck. Probably another 10 pages. Yeah, my lunch break. What really interested me the most on that was my phone's charged. Was he was talking about like the Pacific. What's up, Joe? That was a dope cave you went in. It looked like somebody was living in that bitch. I don't know why someone was living there. There's probably a bunch of those caves. Them deserts, man, they kind of look like water used to be there, some of them. But some of them deserts are pretty high up, I think. I seen this guy in a dirt bike. I don't know how I got the video, but I think I was doom scrolling one day and some video came up. This guy was on a dirt bike and he was in near Mexico, but it was the same type of landscape that you were in, but it was near an ocean, which was weird. And it makes me wonder how these deserts got like that with all these rocks everywhere. Like there's some sort of explosions. I'm starting to think the Civil War wasn't about fighting each other. These wars were about destroying these buildings. Like Germany, I always talk about, was highly bombed. And it destroyed so much old world stuff. And I don't think, they say thousands of years ago, this old world. I really don't think it's thousands of years ago. I think it's hundreds. The question is, what happened to these people and where did they go? Now, I'm starting to think these people were underground. And that's why the cities were empty. Maybe something happened and people were going underground. What state was that in? Because it's crazy. If you look at the old maps, California used to be an island. There was like part of the ocean that separated the U.S. to Cali, and I wonder if that's why the desert's like that. That it looks like there used to be water. But I used to look at the Pacific, and when I was younger, and I'd be like, damn, there's all that ocean and no land. But that guy was kind of like me. He was questioning the same thing on my lunch break. He had a good video on it, and sure enough, if you take the map with Moo and you line it up, a lot of those little islands that are in the Pacific line up with the continent of Mu. And if you look at the flight paths, they avoid a lot of where South America is. They don't go nowhere near the bottom there near the Pacific, these flight paths. They stay up near Hawaii only. So it makes me wonder, man. And that's why the oceans, I think, are highly guarded by the military, especially when people in Australia try to go out near Antarctica or out that way, they were turned around. You know, we're literally being trapped in this prison. And I personally think there's a lot of land out there. There's ways out of here. And they're keeping us here. Like I always say, if people found out there was land in other places, I don't think all of Antarctica is ice. There's black sand beaches out there. I seen what's his name was showing videos of the Russian military, not the US, the Russian. And he was in Antarctica, and it wasn't even, it had green plants, it had black sand beaches, and it looked like there was a summertime there. The guy didn't speak English. He was speaking like Latin or some shit. You know where the end of South America is, where it says the land of, I always show where the Patagonian tribe is down at the bottom. It says the land of fuego, the land of fire. Even in the old maps, there's no ice there. There's no ice actually anywhere in Antarctica on the old maps. And lately, a lot of these old buildings have been catching on fire, man, which is odd. And the guy made a good point. He goes, whenever these buildings are being under restoration, they magically catch on fire. Which is true. I'm starting to see that comparison. But my grandfather talked about going to these Pacific islands. And if you, I got pictures on my laptop, where there's like old tanks left over. They're probably blowing up a lot of these old temples that are there on these islands. It makes me wonder. They hide so much between them with these stupid passports. I bet you back in the days you didn't need a fucking passport. You know? Like in the 1890s, I bet you my ancestors didn't get passports to come to America. They just got on the fucking boat. Back then, you could probably jump on a boat and travel wherever you want and explore. Now, you gotta fucking ask government daddy for permission. They lucky Chuck don't got a boat, because I would fucking be out. I would tell the military, fuck you, I'll get a high-speed boat and dip on them. Them big-ass ships, they can't catch no speedboat. Now, I know them Navy ships are quick, but they ain't quicker than a speedboat. They would probably open fire. Yeah, I don't know if I would fuck with them. If I've seen the military ship had them laser guns, I ain't fucking trying to outrun it. Because they would blow my ship up in a heartbeat. Some of them Navy ships got them laser guns on them. Oh, you were in Nevada. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man, let me pull these old maps up. Matter of fact, let me get a fresh one. Now, I love having my laptop hooked up to this. My roommate had a flat screen, so I took it and hooked it up to the laptop, man. Oh, man, looking at these maps is so much better than my little phone. So much more detail. All right, Island of California. Anyone wants to come up, the link is there. And I would have been scared going in that cave myself, man. Shit's all little. I'd be scared it would cave in. Here we go. Bing, bing. We'll get this one. Wait, I should have went in here to get a better map. No. Back out. Come on. Why is everything so slow? Man, look at... Man, wait till you see this old map, man. The Mexicans ain't crossing no border, man. Mexicans ain't, they be trying to say Mexicans are illegal and shit. Like, that's some bullshit. Mexico used to go all the way up to near Canada. If anyone's illegal, it's us. Oops, what did I do wrong? Here we go. Like this right here, that's what I'm saying. Look, that's where Nevada would be. Look at that. And there's a lot of little islands in between there. Now, some say they got this mixed up with Mexico. You know, at the bottom, they have something just like this. But I don't think so, man. Because if you look, that was called... I can't even read that, man. It was called the something Vermejo. Mar Vermejo. Or maybe Mar Vermejo. Pacificum. Del Sud. I don't know what the fuck that means. Man, I would love to overlay this with that's what that guy did with Mu. He overlaid it. I got some of these maps that show these islands. Let me see. I'm gonna get them. Hold up. Damn, it took me a minute. Alright. Let's see if it could handle uploading this. Oopsies. I did it again. Fucked up. Come on, don't fuck me over, StreamYard. Look at this picture. This is in Ukraine. This is in the 1920s. It's still there, these steps. But I mean, and it just blows my mind that they say a lot of underground tunnels were, built with people with fucking donkeys and fucking horse carriages, right? They couldn't build a street. It's all mud, but they're building underground tunnels that are perfect. They're building, in 1 year, they're building a lot of these so-called, old world. Well, they are old world stuff. They say they built them in a year. Like, come on. Today, there's a building downtown they just built. It took them 2 years to build that shitty fucking square. And you mean to tell me they were building cathedrals with donkeys and carriages? Come on, man. Like, how could people go to school and believe this garbage? It's fucking hilarious. Common sense tells you we're being fucking lied to. And it'd be some of these architects built, one architect built 33 of these fucking cathedrals and beautiful buildings in 1 year each. Like, come on. You gotta be a fool to believe that shit. This right here. Now, if you put the continent of Mu, all these islands are in that fucking continent, man. And it makes me wonder. And look, that's not even half of them. Look at all these little ones. Tonga, Samoa, like, yo. Look at this island. I was downloading all these maps. Look at all these little islands, man. And I was looking at pictures on all these little islands. And I got them on my laptop. I didn't send most of them, but I sent these to my phone. But man, you should see the architecture on these islands. And they mastered how to carry big blocks with these they called them flying dragons, these machines they had. So these people that lived there had technology. And I think they had electromagnetic technology. They had they had technology way better than what we have. And it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, man, what these people got underground. Because, people say, where are all these people in the pictures? Like here. I bet you they're underground. These were the people that were sent out. That's what I'm thinking. They were underground living. Look at all the underground catacombs. I didn't realize how many catacombs there were, and they're under these cathedrals. And if you know about bones, right? When people do witchcraft and shit, they use bones because of the energy in these bones. So for them to pile all these bones and some of them ain't just in piles, they're in like somatic looking form. It makes me wonder, man, what and that's where all the people went too. Maybe these oligarchs and these fucking losers were underground, but all them bones are from the people that didn't make it. And when I look at the deserts, it makes me wonder, the water, what happened to all this water? What, did they dam it off? But how could they dam that off? It looks small here, but I bet you that's miles of water, Makes me wonder. Maybe that whole island of California is under the water. Who knows? And the new California is right there on the coast. You never know, man, with these people. It's called the Red Sea, the Gulf of California, or Red Sea. Interesting. Isn't there a Red Sea in the Bible? I'm bugging. I don't know. Let me see the chat now. They were eaten? Maybe. It's not funny, but... all slave labor? I don't know. It doesn't look like these temples were built by people that were slaves. Like, look at construction today that are built by slave labor. Motherfuckers fuck up. It looks like shit. They cut corners. You know, people don't even want to do the work. You know, it looks like shit. But these temples don't look like shit. They're like masters did that shit. You know, like people put their love and heart into it. You know, today, motherfuckers, I've worked with carpentry and sheetrock. People be cutting corners. You know, it looks like crap, a lot of shit. The walls ain't perfectly level. This stuff's like mastery. You know, I talk shit about the Bible, but the more my friend at the store there teaches me, he shows me different things. Like, this dude's a master with the Bible. I was shocked. He goes to church and everything. And he'd be telling me this stuff in the Bible, and he'd be saying about the Jews, how they rewrit it and took so much out. And yeah, that King James is a piece of shit. You know how much he took out of the Bible, and then had the Jews rewrite it, like Flavius Josephus. He worked for the Jews. I know about that guy. I looked into him a lot. He worked for the Jews to rewrite about Jesus and all this stuff. It makes me wonder, man. I want the real Bible. I want all... I forgot how many books there really is. I think we might be fallen angels or fallen light, because it's a proven fact we're light. Like, if you look at the technology in the military, when they put them goggles on, they find light signatures, or they call it heat, but it's really light. That's how they see us in the night. We light up. We truly are starlight. Like, we're light. We're light beings for sure. America is Egypt, Rome, and Israel. I was thinking about that because yeah, there was something that, you know, that rapper, what's his name from Florida? Man, my brain. I gotta get some food for my brain. My brain be stuttering and shit. Kodak Black. People were bugging on him because he said he's Jewish, and he said, I'm the real tribe from the Jews. And he goes, we built this fucking country, which is factual. I think a lot of so-called black people are already here. Do you know the Jews wrote a lot of these school books with lies? It's just what it is. That's what they label themselves, Jews, so that's why I say it. The fake Jews. Who's seen the Jews in Israel? Maybe the fake Israel, right? Because That's the fake Israel for real. They made that country up over there and they put the name. That shit was never there. I think all these names are fake to the real names that this place originally was. Like, look at this map. You got the Gulf of Mexico. You got, well, it's always been the Gulf of Mexico, but you got New France. Look how big Mexico is, man. And that part's unknown. That's bullshit. Maybe it's unknown to these people who made the map. But the Queen of California, the island of California, was a black, so-called black lady. She was a queen. And like, I was looking at the old Detroit and a lot of these old cities. Like the old Detroit looked like it had it was all supreme architecture. Where's this picture? Let me pull this picture up. Let's see. I was shocked. I had to screenshot this picture. It had blown my mind. Let me see. Do I have it here? Where is it? Here it is. Ooh, this picture right here. And this picture. And this picture. And that picture. No. Oh, come on, man. Streamer, you suck. I gotta erase all this shit. Alright, now I gotta go back and do it again. Here we are. God, 3 fucking pictures. Alright, this picture right here blew my mind, man. I mean, look at that. I don't know where this is, but we didn't build that. No fucking way. Look how supreme that is. No mistakes. I bet you there's no mistakes. When I look at a lot of this architecture, there's not one fucking mistake. Especially in the capital. Like in Hartford, Connecticut, there's tons of buildings just all in one area where the capital is. This picture, when I put it on the flat screen, is so much beautiful, man. You can see all the architecture, man. This type of shit is awesome to look at. I wish I was in that picture looking around. Candy whack. Oh, shit. Man, it's cold as hell today in Connecticut. I got up, went to go get coffee and some smokes. Man, it was fucking freezing this morning. I'm like, damn, man, it's May. What's going on? It was only 40 degrees this morning. I'm like, man. Oh, shit. It's funny that they called in the land of Mu, this map right here this guy did. He overlapped it, man. That's what I want to do with this map right here. I want to overlap it with the map without the Gulf of Cali. I want to see what it looks like. And then look at this picture. I don't know if this picture is real, but something happened. Like, whatever happened to turn these big buildings into bricks on the ground, like, even, like, man, I think about Tilcon. It's a company right up Black Rock Avenue, which is odd, right? It's called Black Rock Avenue. And it makes me wonder why it's called that. Because when you go down Black Rock Avenue, there's all this stone they're blasting out. And there's Rattlesnake Mountain, which we used to hike, where Nike base used to be. It used to be a military base up there, a missile base. And it's called Rattlesnake Mountain. And I used to go up there, and they were blasting all that out too. And it makes me wonder what used to be there, you know, before they blasted all that stone out. Where did so-called rock mountains come from? I personally don't think rocks just form. That's just my opinion. They say volcano, but if you look at volcano stuff, it looks nothing like a lot of these stone mountains. This shit ain't no volcano. Slate ain't from a volcano. Like, I was at some guy's channel the other day, and there's so many people in there from, like, school with master degrees, and they think they're so intelligent, man. They're just regurgitating a lot of these books, like school books. This guy was talking about gravity, and he keeps bringing up Newton, Isaac Newton, and the apple. I'm like, this guy's seen an apple fall. Oh my God, he's so intelligent. A fucking apple fell and hit him in the head. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. No wonder we're doomed as a society. That just means whatever's heavy falls. And balloons are light. That's why they float. Yo, it's fucking funny, man. People think this gravity holds rocks to the earth. I don't know, whatever. Ooh, an apple fell on my head. I used to wonder in school why they called it founded. Now I get it, you know. Years ago, I found out what founded mean. They literally found the fucking thing. Because I used to wonder why. I thought these architects designed and built this. But it says founded in this year. Yeah, because they literally found the fucking buildings there. I wonder what happened to the old civilization, man. All these giants and these, like, some of these doorways. Makes me wonder, man. Maybe that the flood wasn't so far back, or whatever happened on this earth. That could be another reason of why there's seashells in the desert. You know, giant tsunamis. Who knows? I don't know. I've seen old pictures of some of these DC buildings, but it makes me wonder, man. Hold on. Let me feed my cat. Shit. All right. Yeah, the Carrington event. Well, it looks like wherever the sun travels in its circuit, there's desert or deserted areas. And it looks like something happened. It looks like someone took a magnifying glass and fucking roasted. They say there's a crystal where our third eye is. And when they give the fluoride in the water, calcifies it I try not to drink no tap water. I mean, is bottled water truly any better? Who the fuck knows? You gotta get I gotta get some water tester strips. Yeah, when you read a lot of this Wikipedia shit on these architects, that stuff's laughable, man. There's one guy named F.L. Ames, and I think that's wild that it spells flames. Berkey filter. You know, my neighbor has one of those, and she said the water is so fucked. She's got to clean it out every week, yo. It's so terrible. And you know what's crazy? When I was growing up, the water here was one of the best waters. I remember it when I would drink it, it would taste so good. You know, now when I pour the water, you can smell the chemicals in it. There's probably all sorts of metals in it from them spraying. Drink a cup of this water, your kidneys will fail. All the metals. You know how many people I bet have bad kidneys from all the spraying they're doing in the air? All the metals we breathe in. On them cloudy days, you can't even see them. It's probably why you get congestion and shit in your nose. I couldn't believe, like, some of these old pictures, even in the US, how many beautiful buildings there was. A lot of them are being knocked down, especially that old train station, man. Like, what the one in New York, I think it was. It was beautiful. Like, we can't even build that shit today. With all the technology we got, it's like we're going backwards. Well, it's not that we can't. Let me rephrase that. Like, even, I used to think carpentry was like such a mastery, but not anymore. Now that I look at well, even in China, I couldn't believe all the pyramids in China. For far as the eye can see, there's all these pyramids covered with dirt. And it makes me wonder, the Mongols and the Tartaris and those people, in the Ukrainian war, there was a bloodline in Ukraine that's been there. They probably eradicated them by now, for the most part, in that war. I was watching this morning on the books of the Bible, and it said this kid threw a rock in the cave, and it broke a pot. And he went in there, and there's all these books that were hidden from the Bible that King James hid him in a cave. Like, come on, man. That part I don't believe, but I do think King James did try to hide some of these books, and people in Ethiopia kept them safe, allegedly. I don't know how true that is. You know, it's hard to take people's word today, because we've been lied to about so much, man. We need to get a bunch of boats, right? A bunch of boats and just all take off at the same time in a bunch of boats, like towards South America. Maybe we would have to fly down to South America and get a whole bunch of boats and all take off at the same time so we can okey doke the military. They won't be able to catch us all. Fuck the military, man. We need to take back this world. The military is just a bunch of poor people being suckered, man. That's all. We're being suckered to kill each other, to think the next country is trying to invade ours, and it's a crock of shit, man. They got people fooled, and the poor people literally kill each other. It's so dumb. Like, when are people going to grow up and realize we need to stop killing each other for these political fucks? These oligarch losers. They need to get body slammed on their fat fucking neck. Like Trump. He ain't no king. He's a fucking dingaling. He's king dog shit.
King Doofus. That's what I call him.
He's a fucking rapist. Yeah, I said it. Do something. Passing this law. I don't give a fuck about that law. I'm still going to speak. By the time they're done looking at my live streams, they're going to consider me as a terrorist. By the time they're done looking at my live streams, I'm going to be charged with 16 million accounts of fucking terrorism.
If I haven't, I ain't doing something right, bro. Because at this point, if you ain't on a fucking list, you ain't doing it right.
Right. I don't care, man. Lock me up, man. Fuck it.
No, I ain't gonna do none of that shit, right? That shit is another one of their stupid fucking ideas that didn't hold up in reality. They thought they could fucking intimidate 95%, and they thought there'd be a few little fucking assholes like us, and nobody would care. And now everybody's talking like us, so they can go fuck themselves.
Fucking, it's funny how they blame us. They earned their hate, yo. They earned it, and they blame us like we did something wrong. They're projecting themselves, yo. They're the evil ones, and they say we're doing something wrong. They're the fucking terrorists.
That's what they mad at. They mad that they got it wrong, and they're being embarrassed right now. Their ego's hurt. That's what they mad at. They know what they do, bro. They just mad they're not getting away with it as easily as they usually do. That's what's pissing them off.
Yeah, nobody tried to take Trump out. You couldn't even get nowhere near that building.
Nobody
that one
believes
guy,
that.
like, come on. That was all a ritual.
It's fucking hilarious every time I watch one of these videos, and the first thing out of their mouth is this shit was fucking fake and staged and gay. And I'm like, hell yeah, bro. I'm into this.
No, there's few people that believe it was real. And that's what makes me laugh.
They're not honest, bro. Anybody that believes that's real, you can tell who they are and what they do and who they're working for, bro. You cannot be honest and say that. There's just no fucking way, bro.
It's like the guy laying down there with no shirt. They stripped him naked. Like, get the fuck out of here.
They've already, just like every
that dude down.
They already got other camera angles of the shit backstage, and people backstage had already said that they saw the dude getting prepared, and he had. It's the same fucking thing every time, bro, and it's already out there, and people have seen it, bro.
You seen how fast he was running on the video? Like,
I didn't.
I was like, damn, what the fuck?
I didn't even watch it, bro. I didn't. I didn't watch one fucking second of any of it. I just heard it happen, and I've just seen the periphery of what everybody else is looking at about it, and it's the same fucking thing, bro. You know? There ain't nothing fucking
I
new
just
about
watch
it.
people who do the research. Like, they were comparing Trump to that frog and shit. That's pretty good stuff, those people that do digging and stuff. Thanks to them. I'm too busy digging with architecture and stuff, but that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
In outer lands that I know they're hiding from us. The Antarctic Treaty is, you know, how all that came about. You know, Admiral Byrd, you know, they use him a lot, but I'm pretty sure there's way other people that They say that there's an entrance at the north and it comes out at the south. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt that there's underground cities and entrances, and there's a sun underground. You know, that's why they build these sun simulators. I bet you underground they got farms and everything. Like, people forget how many miles underground, like, these people probably got cities, farms, you know, all the good stuff. While we're up here suffering on the surface, they're fucking us over. All the government does is take. They don't do nothing good for us. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. They're a waste of space, those fucking people. Ooh. No, I think we do live in some sort of I think the North Pole is some sort of you know, that in that movie, that mountain, what movie was that? The Black Mountain there. I always forget the name of it. Anyway, Black Rock. They're talking about the mountain at the center. I think that's some sort of a big electromagnetic machine or something. Because what else is projecting these stars upward? Because people, you know, once you get to a certain height with these cameras they send up in balloons, you don't see the stars anymore. What's up with that? Makes me wonder. The only stars you see is the sun and moon. And it's funny to me when people say the sun and moon is spinning, that it has an axis. No, the fuck it doesn't. I've never seen the sun spin, ever. Ever. The sun is just moving on a circuit. It looks like a plate to me. I've never seen no sun spin. The moon either. Maybe the moon spins like a clock. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Flat Earth Nation, man. He studies the moon like a book, man. That dude's out there putting in the work, man. Salute to yeah, Polaris is right above that central mountain, I think. Because the stars spin like a carousel, and Polaris is the center point, or like an album, a record. You know, I made a joke saying the stars are singing the song of life when it spins. It's literally like a record or a DVD. Because how else do cameras work? How else does it send our picture through a fucking wire and it comes out the other end? We have to be in a simulation. It don't make any other sense. How light travels through a little cord. I mean, I used to think about that. I used to take apart VCRs and I would look at the tape and be like, damn, you know, how the fuck does this shit work? Like, I was so interested in that when I was younger. I still take apart laptops and shit, but I just don't get the motherboard. I gotta have someone teach me that, how motherboards work. And that's a whole nother ball game, how motherboards work. How those little pieces of metal store a lot of memory and shit. Puma, you're getting on my nerves.
Well, it's very simple if you
move.
It's just a very complicated stack of fucking ones and zeros, on and off, relay, on and off. The combination, that's what they tell you. Anyway.
Man, I gotta cut your nails, Puma. Them shits are like razors.
It's funny when they explain technology to somebody who doesn't know anything about technology, they make it sound magical. But if you go to actual school and you're like, I want to know how this shit works, and they fucking teach you how it really works, it's very fucking boring answer. Nothing exciting about it. It's like,
they make it sound difficult. They like to use big words and shit. Look at NASA when they say, The sun is 95 million miles away, or something like that. Or the sun is 95 times the size of the Earth. Anyone with common sense would know the sun is not 95 times the size of the Earth. It's nowhere near. You know? The sun travels above the Earth in a 360 degree, yeah, it's not. When it comes over the horizon, if it was 95 times the size of the Earth, I don't even think it would come over the horizon.
Well, if you can't tell me everything about Earth yet, I don't want to hear your fucking theories about fucking Mars and the moon and shit. I really don't.
People think like there's a Mars rover, yo. How many light years they say Mars is?
Give a fuck.
I can't even get service in the mountains. When I say that to people, they still don't get it.
I mean, you could tell me fucking Trump's got a hotel on Mars right now, and they're fucking like biodoming themselves a fucking still. Hey, good for you, bro. I don't give a shit. Get the fuck out of here. Go. I'm not impressed with that shit at all, bro. Like, but they sell it to us like, oh my god, this is what makes everybody proud to be a fucking human or an American. It's like, nah, bro. Couldn't give a fuck less. I think it's the stupidest idea I ever heard, bro. It's pathetic, bro. Like, if you want to get off this planet and you want to go to Mars because you think fucking, you know, it's necessary for human survival and shit, you just paranoid. Paranoid about some fucking death shit. That ain't my problem, bro. They seem very paranoid about regular life cycle, you know, the fucking things we all have to go through just because of life.
Yeah, they always start with the sun too. That is a good point, Marlene. I've noticed that all the time. Even in the morning when I walk, I always catch the sun coming up. And when they do spray, they always start with the sun. I haven't seen them spraying in a while, actually, here.
Well, if you notice those little clouds, bro, like depending on how strong the spray and the fake, that shit follows the sun all day long. So it's like whatever they're spraying is somehow attracted to the light. So it follows the fucking sun, man. I watch it all fucking day long. It'd be a big patch of cloud right in front of the sun, and it's clear all the way around it. And as soon as when the sun's moving across the sky during the day, that fucking cloud stays right with it.
Yeah, this right here is amazing, these steps. And I know for a fact we didn't build these steps because that guy, I was binge watching his videos lately, man. My lunch break, I like his channel. I've been subbed to him for a while, but I really just started watching a lot of his stuff, man, and he's really good at what he does. And John Levy too. They're both of them are really good with their research, man. Marlene Brown said, I've been following that shit for over a decade. Nice. See, that's what I mean. Like, everyone is good at something, man. And when we come together, you know, I'm interested in a bunch of stuff like frequencies and cymatics and sound. I've always been interested in sound and light and the power of the voice, man. That's why I write rhymes, man, because if I don't write down my anger, you know, I'd rather project my anger on a piece of paper than literally do other stupid stuff. Our DNA can be powerful. That's why we are given chromosome 8. 2 of them is 88, where most disease come from. I think too, a lot of the disease is for parasites too, man. I gotta get some oregano oil, man. I just don't. I could order it off the internet right now. I don't want to get burned, man. I gotta do research on a certain oregano oil. I don't want to buy some garbage, you know. I can't find oregano oil in the regular stores, so, and I wonder why.
Yeah, probably have to go online and get it from Italy.
Damn.
Yeah, I know somebody that gets their pasta from Italy. They don't want to buy this fucking glyphosate shit.
Right. Yeah, Italy makes homemade pasta, man. Shit's I want to get out of the U.S., man. I hate this fucking, let me find a good word for it. This fucking test ground of fucking chemicals and fucking all these data. You don't see other countries building all these data centers. You don't see them poisoning their land. That's because, I hate to say it again, but we just sit back and allow this shit to happen. Now, I know people are stepping up and speaking, but these people don't care. They laugh at us. They be like, ha, ha, fuck you. We're building it anyway. Fuck your drinking water. But they're dumb because they got to live in the same environment. They're so greedy with money, they don't even realize what they're doing. That's how fucking selfish they are.
Well, he who laughs laughs. He who laughs last laughs best. And I ain't found it funny yet. And the thing that got me to speak out, quote unquote, to I guess enter into this new character phase that I had to take on of being a truth teller and a fucking conspiracy theorist. It was the GMO food. That's the one that started it all for me. And I figured, hey, at least I can get people to care about the fact that they're taking a shit in our food and not telling us about it. And nobody cared, bro.
Look,
Literally,
look. The moon's a rock.
The door is ajar.
The moon does not do this. No planet does this. People say the stars are light years away. I'm not buying that for 1 second. Not at all. See, when you look at this,
I can honestly say, if I was born into this world naturally and it didn't have all this satanic shit going on and we were just living like a natural life and we were just kind of going along and doing whatever the fuck we would do in a natural environment without all this weird fuck shit going on with the fucking psyops and the info war and shit, I wouldn't probably even stop to think about, I wonder what the moon really is. I wonder what the sun is. I would just go about my fucking life and it would just be part of it. It'd be like, that's that. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of these questions we have are just because we know we've been lied to about all of it. Otherwise, would we really even give a shit? You know? I mean, maybe for some pot talk, but other than that, I don't think I don't know. That's just me, man. I try to imagine, like, the effect that TV itself has had on the human life form is, it's really fucking, if you think about it, like, what would life be like if we were born into it, but there wasn't a TV? We could have radio, we could have all this other shit, but just no TV. Just imagine how much different it would be, bro. People would dress different because they wouldn't be fucking seeing something on a screen to mimic, and They wouldn't have these
Right.
wacky ideas about all these other countries they've never
It's a
been
good
to.
point,
And,
man.
yeah, bro.
TV creates a lot of cloning too, and takes your creativity away because you want to follow the person on TV.
Yeah, man.
Like when I was younger, I would watch TV here and there, but most of the time I was outside. Like I play by myself, and there used to be a garage back here where I lived next door when I was younger. And I'd be practicing baseball, throwing a ball off the garage, practicing grounders and my pitching arm. Every day I was practicing. That's how I got nice. Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, I was thinking
Or
about my childhood last night, bro, and just I remember those moments that I used to have, especially in my teen years, my early teen years, before I started driving. Once I started driving, I kind of entered into adult life because I was working a job. I was caught up in the fucking rat race. But before
Me
that,
too.
you know, it was a lot
started
of
working at 13.
yeah, I was 16, but before that, you know, it was a lot of sitting around. It was a lot of like, what am I going to do with my time? How to occupy myself, and I
How can
still
you get
remember.
money, right?
No, it wasn't money at that. I wasn't worried about that at
That was
that
me.
time.
I grew up
Yeah,
poor, and all I wanted was money. I wanted to have what I couldn't have, but then I quickly realized. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I quickly
yeah.
realized when I got this stuff, I would have it for a day or two and be like, I wouldn't care about it no more. And that's when I realized material things don't make me happy. My bad. Go ahead.
That's all good. But I just remember those moments as a kid, like just the feeling of where you are in that moment of time and what you were feeling like the future was going to be about. You know what I mean? I used to think about that shit a lot when I was growing up because I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do. Probably because of money, like you said. I didn't have the. I couldn't really ask for. My hobbies were mostly just listening to music because it didn't really require too much money. But I was thinking about that shit yesterday. I was thinking about all those moments of just fucking being in the sun, bro, and just hopeful about everything. And that's just that's just been hijacked. Had a nice weather day yesterday, and today is okay, but even days of nice weather are getting rare. You know what I mean? I think they really are trying to break it where we don't even see a sunny day anymore.
The sun, too, is very good for the body. We all have melanin. You know, they say white and black, but nobody's white and black. We're all the shade of brown, whether we're lighter or darker, which is true. I forgot who said that. I got that from this video. This guy said it, and I was like, damn, he's right. He's on point with it. We're all like a shade of wheat, like in the Bible. It says, I forgot the saying in the Bible about wheat. About anyone know what I'm talking about with the when you cultivate wheat.
Separate the wheat from the tares you're talking about?
Yeah. I want to get it. One of the Bibles has all the books. I think it's the Ethiopian Bible, man. I'm just curious to see why King James. You know, people say shit. King James wrote the Bible for a government view, a controlling mechanism, and took out a lot of the stuff that like I don't look at God anymore as being someone outside of us, you know. I look at God in the universe being within us. It's within all of us. But they'll teach you God is outside of you. You know, they don't want you looking within. They want you lost. Fucking always waiting for that savior outside yourself. But that's how I see it. I don't trust churches, man. You know, it's like they're cultivating people and cults, feeding off their energy. Yeah, I've talked into my water, but I don't know how powerful that is. It kind of makes sense, like when families would say a blessing over their food. You know, what do people think about animals? Do you think? I think we're not supposed to eat animals. I think King James rewrote that part in the Bible where God created animals for us to eat. People think animals don't have a conscience. And I tell people, I had a little debate with someone. I said, really? I said, when you kick an animal, you hurt it, and it cries out, and it's in pain. It's very conscious. It knows you're going to hurt it. It remembers that. People say animals ain't conscious. When you take a baby cow from the mother so you could get the milk, that fucking cow will try to trample you and knows it's its fucking child.
Well, here's my question, bro. If we had start assuming all of that shit, then we gotta assume that God made us a certain way. Why would we, if we're made in His fucking image and all this other shit? Why the fuck would we be made to have to like consume things on a daily fucking basis anyway? Like if the sin is fucking eating animals, why the fuck we gotta eat anyway? You can't make a fucking divine fucking being or a human animal that doesn't need to fucking eat, period. So now we got to struggle with this fucking existential question about fucking whether or not we should be eating fucking steaks or not. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. That's where I go with the shit, just like all of it. It's the information, bro. Like,
I watch videos of them in the slaughterhouse, and the animals
yeah, I get it.
always jump out. They see the one ahead of them getting their knot rocked, and they fucking jump out, man. They ain't stupid. They see their friend in front of them get killed, and they're like, yo, I'm out of here.
Right, but we don't eat because it ain't something we gotta fucking do. We eat because it's something we gotta fucking do, bro. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
But I don't know. People could say the same thing about plants. When you pick the fruit off, people be like, you're killing the plant, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Imagine all we needed is water to live. Because I think about like when we eat this poisonous food and people get colon cancer. Now, what if we didn't eat? You know, I don't know. Excuse me. The whole digestive system. I think it kind of ages the body quicker, maybe. You know, I truly think they have these oscillators that slow down aging and stuff, and it resets the body to where it's supposed to be at the right frequency. Now, how true it is, I don't know, but I would love to. You know what people need to watch? Now that I thought about technology, spirit light bodies. Yo, that man is a genius. Spirit light body. Dude, he has a free energy device. That's what I'm gonna call it, free energy. You know, I know some people don't like the word free, but I worry about that dude, man. Like he is very intelligent, man. He knows he has one of those energy gun things. Yeah, we're copper. I've seen people put copper in their plants, man, just to get. But yeah, Spirit Light Body has some good videos. He actually, man, that gun he had, he charges his water with it. It's hard to explain what it is. I should have downloaded one of his videos, but I kind of don't want to put him out there like that. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous when you're in that type of creating, because the government is not going to like that, man. Which is sad, man, because look at these scientists that were working with the free energy they're killing off.
Allegedly,
you know? Yeah. But let's just say they are, right? They're fucking like anything else in history, if you look at it. Great inventors, great minds, beautiful people that are intelligent, create things, and boom, they come along, take them out. You know, someone made a good point. If you're going to create something, don't patent it. Because once it's patented, they'll bing, take you out and steal your shit, your blueprint. It's a good point. Don't patent your shit. But either way, like the dude that had a car that ran on water, they say his brother killed him or something. Look at the guy who reverse engineering plastic, called plastiline. You know, I think about that young man. Like, you know, these brilliant minds, man. It's just the truth. Like, and they're both black people. And look in the history of black people of how many inventors got their shit rocked and stolen.
Well, it's our fault. It's our fault. You know why? Because the second that we would hear an idea like that, and we'd be like, holy shit, the whole world, we could finally end suffering and hunger. We finally found an answer to fix all these goddamn problems. And we don't fucking prioritize that and make that what we care about. And we just let it go by the wayside when one of these motherfuckers, you know, comes along and then ends up dead. And we just go, oh, well, I guess I'll just fill up at $4 a gallon petrol every day. And it's
right?
our
We don't
fucking
even make
fault.
a big deal out of it, right?
It's our goddamn
That's
fault.
what I mean.
Yeah.
We become desensitized by these televisions, repetition, and that's why they pump this negativity out through these televisions. Like Eyes Wide Shut said, TV is evil as fuck, man. It desensitizes the mind, man. When you watch these pictures over and over and over and over, and you see these, like when I was younger, my grandpa would watch CNN, and I realized every hour on the hour they would replay. It would start over, like rewinding a tape, and I'd be like, Grant, why do you continuously watch CNN? They're just repeating themselves over and over. And then I heard that George Bush speech. You know, in my line of work, we got to repeat ourselves over and over and over so the truth can set in. No, so the lies can set in.
Yeah, catapult the propaganda.
Right. That speech, that piece of crap. I would love to fly kick that old man in his fucking neck.
See, I don't forget that shit either, bro. When I hear that little shit, it fucking burns into my brain, bro. I don't forget that kind of shit. And they say that.
I think the television burns it into our brain. You ever look at the TV and close your eyes, you can still see
whatever.
the pictures?
I'll make a note of it.
I used to do that when I was younger. I would watch like cartoons and close my eyes, and Bugs Bunny would be froze and burned into the light, and I closed my eyes. And I'd be like, damn, what's going on here? And another thing, when we die too, they cut us open and they take our organs and our blood. It never sit with me correctly, man. That just don't seem right. Like, our blood is literal plasma. It's literally light. Why are they taking our blood, man? What are they doing with it? It ain't to use for people that are injured and stuff. Where's our blood going? Something isn't right with this stuff. All this blood. Think about all the people that die every day. Even if you're getting cremated, first they're going to cut you open and take all your shit out. Where does it go? They say it's for science. Get the fuck out of here. Where's all that blood going? All that plasma. This world evil, man. If I know I'm going to die, man, I don't want to be cremated or buried somewhere. I just want to die somewhere and let the maggots eat me. Fuck that. I don't want to give them the satisfaction to cut me open. Which it'll probably happen anyway, but whatever. Cause I'm not buying no fucking. You know how much it costs to buy a spot in the ground? It's like 15 grand. So you got to even pay money when you die. It's a fucking joke. $15 grand for a spot in the ground, man. For a plot. Fuck. I bet you when you die, they take your blood and they clone you.
If they're smart, they would.
Because listen to this. I was thinking one day, I was like, damn, the birth rate is at an all-time low. Because most men can't even reproduce. Because of all the frequencies and metals and all this shit is fucking up everything. So the birth rate is at an all-time low. Where are all these people coming from? How are we overpopulated? Right? Even though I don't believe we're overpopulated, but there's still the population. Where are all these people coming from? If birth rate's at an all-time low, you know, it makes me think, like, you know,
coming out of Epstein's egg dick.
Are women getting in, like Mother Mary?
I'm starting to think that
pregnant?
I'm starting to think that some of these women in the Trump administration, they like the Pam Bondies and the Kristi Noem and the other one, they all look the same. They all kind of the same. I think they all just grown up child slavery fucking victims. They all
even
kind of
Melania, huh?
All of them. Yep. I think they all that.
I bet you Melania is the head of. That's why Trump keeps her. She's probably like one of the bosses that controls. It's like in the movie. I forgot what movie I was talking about the other day, where the woman, I think she was at the police department. She was the head of something, and yeah, the woman escaped, and she's flagged down the cops, and they brought her right back. You know, these police departments are beyond corrupt.
Hey, bro, they're just trying to make sure they get home safe to their families at the end of the day, bro. You know. Good job. Make sure they get home safe.
Oprah. The silver tarnish on you. If I don't wear gold, man, my neck will break out. But I think that has to do with food you put in your body. Actually, I don't know. I haven't wore jewelry in a long time, man. I don't wear jewelry. No watch. I used to. I had to have a gold chain and fake diamond earrings and an expensive watch. And I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. If I lived in a warmer environment, like near the desert, I would get a tent and live in the desert, you know, straight up. Somewhere near close to town. So I could get, like, survival supplies and shit.
Yeah, you gonna shit in a hole?
Hell yeah. You seen, what's his name? Joe King had a good video. He found a cave in the desert. He went in their old mining cave. Hold on, I use the bathroom.
Yeah, I could deal with a cave. Oh shit.
I think I used to take real hot showers, and it would be real hot to the point where it's steaming in the bathroom, like a sauna. I'm gonna start doing that again to sweat all the metals out. Feet sweat. My feet have sweated, and I'd put on. When I used to work for the bus company, we would have to be out in the cold, man, in the winter. We would do like 42 coach buses at night, man, and my motherfucking boss would always put my ass outside with it would be dead winter, you know. And I'm out there with the pressure washer. Sometimes if it was too cold, the pressure washer would freeze. We wouldn't use it. We would still run the bus through the machine. But summertime, I didn't care. You had to check the engines. I wonder how much they pay now. People are loud. You hear them?
Yeah.
God damn. Fuck you gotta scream for when they talk? Like, you deaf?
Oh.
Socks with copper fibers. Interesting. I take magnesium pills. But I think I got too strong. 400 milligrams of magnesium. I take one every other day, man. I ain't trying to like drown myself in magnesium. I gotta look up magnesium. And I take ashwagandha. But I need to get more of a I've been looking into a lot of things. I want some oregano oil and some this thing with these fucked up parasites, man. Yeah, that's what I got, magnesium oil. And the only reason I know it's oil is because I squeezed the pill and all the oil came out all over my hand. Because I was gonna break it in half. I didn't know it was oil in there, and I went to bust it, and all the oil came out. I said, "Oh, well, so much for that." Borax, baking soda, and magnesium flakes. Yeah, that's what what's her name was saying. Marlene Brown. I'm gonna try that stuff. Does it really like pull stuff out of your body? Who's ever seen those things people use on their feet? And it's supposed to pull stuff out of your body, I guess. I've seen where a baby gets sick and the mother would put onions in the socks. I was like, huh? Whatever. It might work. I'm not saying it wouldn't. But yeah, I want to I gotta figure out how I can get an app where I could overlay pictures. Because I really want to take this island of California joint and overlay it with today's map, just because I'm just curious to see what. Because I mean, look at here. They don't show these little islands in there really. You see, there's 2 islands there, but then when you look at this one, it has the islands in there. Oh, it is kind of the same spot where the other 2 are here. Yeah, 1, 2. There's only 2 there, but here there's 3, 4. It's very interesting, man. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, let me see if I could get a regular map. Hold up. Beady beady bing bong. Can't believe the Celtics lost. They fucking suck. How do you lose to the Sixers? Oh, this shit's rigged, man. It's so fucking rigged, it's unbelievable. I knew they were gonna lose. When you're up 3-1 and you lose, you're a fucking bum. How you up 3-1 and you lose? So you gotta be a real bum. Or it's rigged. I think it's rigged. Who never in life of basketball have I ever seen someone up 3-1 and lose. Never. Except when they started gambling. When legal gambling started, that's when you start seeing this crazy shit because they don't want to pay out. Even I think the Celtics were the underdog though. Anyway. Fuck them sports. Yeah, okay. United States map. No. Do I? Yeah. United States. And Mexico. All right. So, pull this map up. Yeah, that's wild, man. Yo.
Bye-bye.
Can't believe. Some people say it's going to be the Knicks and the Spurs in the yo. Fuck you mean I got a lot of files, you fuck? Barely anything here. Yo, StreamYard getting on my last fucking nerve with this shit. I swear to fucking God, man. Sorry. Yo. What do you mean videos? I don't even have a lot of videos here either. Hey. Yo, I swear, man.
Come on, go, move. Go sit down, find something to do. Chill out.
Bullshit, man.
Here, go in the kennel. Weirdo.
Now you see here how Mexico has that piece, like the island of Cali, but that's what I used to think it is. And it has two little islands there. It makes me wonder, man. Did that used to be the island of Cali? I would love to overlay these. It can't be, though. I mean, it looks like it was part of it, though. Look. And then look at here, how it comes down to where Mexico is. It kind of looks like the island, that piece right there where La Paz is. It looks like that was a piece of the island. And it went up. Because look, it goes all the way up to Canada. Down into Mexico here. So what happened, man? It looks like that ocean went up to where Nevada is, Arizona. And when people are in Arizona, they say they have seashells in the desert there. Then you got Nevada desert. I don't know if Oregon has a desert. Because that's probably what, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to look into it. I don't know if Idaho has a desert either. Probably not. Probably more or less you got Vegas where the desert is right there. You could have went up. Doesn't Utah have desert? I'm going to look into this. Very interesting. Very interesting here. That says Guada. De la Ra. Why is it like that? De la Ra. Nueva. That means good, right? No. Nueva. What from Nueva means?
Quit whining, Bub. Stop. Shit.
Guada. Guada like Guatemala.
Quit it, bro.
Colossian. Let's look at California. Somebody said the original Dominicans were black people. Vermejo. Vermejo. Who's Vermejo? We got another Christian. I'm joking.
Pro blush. Great life, man. That's what they call me, man. I never claimed to be
There's
one.
nothing wrong with being pro-black. I respect it.
That's what they call me. I ain't never claimed to be that stuff, though.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Now, when they get real racial, it is kind of laughable sometimes, but I don't blame them either because they probably taught that stuff, but damn.
If they see zebra, that's what they see, you know what I mean?
We all jock.
Like the monkey.
I don't
the
get
monkey
that part.
because you call him monkey, but
We're all monkeys. No, I don't believe that for a fucking second that we're all monkeys. We're too intelligent, man. I'm not saying monkeys ain't intelligent, but
mine is man. So when man got a key, he monkey. Key man.
Betty Davis eyes, not Better Davis.
So the monkey is the key.
I'm trying to, Charles. We are all Jock Tamson Barons Key. Barons Key.
But you
I
know,
don't get that.
On the perception.
Yeah, I know. Canadummy said the land can change shape quickly. Is the Grand Canyon just a giant tree stump? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think those are giant tree stumps, and I think there was giant trees all over the place. Because I've read, like I've said, I know people get tired of me saying this, but I've read about the Australian Aboriginals, and they talk about the star people that lived. It says they lived on the firmament. That's where they come from, and they would climb these big ass trees that went way up, and on the firmament was just like the ground. They say there was life up there, animals, and the star people lived up there, and they would do trading. They called them their ancestors, and the same thing with Mexican. I don't know if it was the Aztecs or what's the one, the Mace. No, Masons. Starts with an M. Anyway, they also talk about the Titan trees that they would climb. And it makes me wonder who cut them down, because whoever cut them down didn't use an axe. They use laser precision technology. Find me nature that creates a flat stone.
John Henry and Paul Bunyan cut them down.
Maybe. But I think those stories come from something of reality. It would make sense that they were cut down. Someone said they were cut down to escape the flood, and that's probably the best theory I've heard. I bet you these giants had weaponry of technology, because I always think to myself, we're not the only ones who could think of this stuff. Why couldn't our ancestors think of all this stuff? They probably knew how the universe and electromagnetic stuff work better than we do. And I think that's where we get a lot of the knowledge from. A lot of knowledge is hidden too with these fucking people. Who knows what they found in these buildings when they found up here, or what they took to hide from us? I don't trust those motherfuckers as far as I could see them. But yeah, I want to line this up with the regular map. One day I'm gonna see if I can get an app that allows me to do that. Because look at that lake up there. What is that lake called? I can't see. It's called Apache de Navajo, I think. Yeah, Apache de Navajo. That's the name of that lake. And the wild part is, I mean, look at Florida, y'all. Too bad this map cut off. But look at Florida, how it fucking goes way up the coast.
Stop on it,
And
bro.
then you got that lake, which flows down to Mar. I wonder what Mar means, unless the Mar is connected to the Mar Vermejo. Mar Vermejo. Mar Vermejo? But that's the Gulf of California, or the Red Sea, it said on the other map I got. There's the Tropic of Cancer. See, and another thing is they changed a lot of these city names, man. So it's hard to kind of try to track a lot of things, man. Like they got C Fe right there. I thought that said Santa Fe. You got Nueva Mexico. I think that's what it means. Nueva Mexico, or maybe just Nueva Pipe. All these Spanish name cities, and they say Mexican people are, you know, they've been here way longer. This stuff's interesting. I want to go to the deserts out there. I don't know. To me, it's like, I think it used to be tropical out that way or something. Or I don't know how far above sea level these deserts are. Because it is a strong possibility I think Native Americans too are a mixture of Mexican and maybe some came over where Alaska's at. I heard someone say that some of these native tribes might be the Tartars, where they came over near Alaska and came down, up and down. That's a good theory. What do you think, Wayne, about all this stuff? You ever heard of the Queen of California? I looked into that. Now, you know what's wild too about the island of California? I just want to bring up real quick. The natives and even Mexican people talk about the giants and how they were pushed west. And you find a lot of the graves in California. These islands off the coast of California have giant bones that were buried. And when they were digging them up, they threw them in the ocean. You know who does that a lot? The Smithsonian scumbags. They threw a lot of bones in the ocean. Damn. Hello?
Oh. Oh.
Is anyone home?
Hi, hello. Everybody home, McFly? So gullible, McFly. Get your
How can
goddamn hands off
C
her.
be level on the globe? That's what I'm saying, but people, you know, I tried to explain to Max the other day of it don't matter how big a so-called globe is, right? Even if you're on the airplane and you're mad little, you're still going to hit that curvature. Don't matter how little you are, the plane's going to, you got to go around that ball. You're going to end up upside down. But I want to know what's under our feet. These underground cities and stuff. I wonder how deep some of these cities are, how deep you'd have to go. Like, I've taken a basketball and tried to explain it to some of my friends to show them because they said the same thing. Oh, it's so huge. And I said, you see this ball? Blow it up as big as you want to put it. You're still going to come around the curvature. And you know, you could be a fucking microscopic. You would still realize you're going around a curve, no matter how small you are. And I made a point, I showed my friend, he goes to Puerto Rico a lot, and he looked at me and he says, man, I never thought about that. I said, bro, when you fly to Puerto Rico, you see the map, you see the ball? I said, do you go around does the plane go around the curve when you're flying over to go to Puerto Rico? He said, or do you fly straight there level? And he says, no, we fly straight there. And I said, there you go. Everywhere we go, it's straight there. But now, the question is there an edge? Is it end? Is it infinite? How high can we truly go? You know, like, I think that's why these rockets curve. I wonder how, when they figured out that there was a firmament. Who remembers I think it was the 80s or 90s when that rocket blew up? They say it hit something. Because like this, I took from a, hold on. Damn it. This I took from,
Stop whining, Bob.
I took this from a balloon that went up. And, it was spinning, and it would spin. I would pause it, take a screenshot, pause it, take a screenshot, and if I line all the screenshots up, it's a 360 view. Or no, was it this one? No. It was this one. Sorry, this one. Because that's the sun. And when the camera spun the other way, it was the moon was behind it. Dang, I wonder if the store is open. I don't want to walk all up the street. I gotta get cat food, man. Dang, I got so much shit to do tomorrow.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Yo, you know what I drank yesterday that was real banging? It was $3 a bottle, but man, I could tell it's real grape juice. Welch's grape juice, yo. That shit it when I took a sip of it, it brought back memories of when I was a child. And I used to live on near these projects called Mount Pleasant, but they had a lot of Polish people that lived around the area, and I could remember this lady had vines of grapes, and they would grow over the fence sometimes, like they would, and I would grab a few and eat them. And when I took a sip of Welch's grape, man, it brought flashbacks, because that's 100% grape juice, man, no bullshit. I thought you were farting, yo. I'm like, what the fuck? I wonder how far the sun is up in the sky. I want to hear people's theories on that. Well, how far do you guys think the sun is up there? Because you could see right there, you could see the sun is at 95 million miles away. No fucking way. And then how do they explain the sun is 95 times the size of Earth? When you look at this picture, the horizon is way bigger than the sun. It's just common sense to me. But anyway, did the grapes have seeds in them? Yeah. Back in the days, yeah. This was like 88, 89. The lady was growing in the yard, man. Old Polish lady. And that's the thing, man. When I was growing up, a lot of old Polish ladies, German ladies, Italian ladies, they all had freaking little gardens in their yards around here. Now I don't see none of that. Even my friend Robin that passed away, she always had a garden in her yard. Yep. I used to help her in her yard, like till the ground or whatever you call it, get the rocks out and make it so she would grow her tomato plants and her basil and I think oregano, if I'm not mistaken. But she taught me a lot. That's how I started working at 12 and 13. I used to wash dogs. It sounds stupid and funny, but I didn't care. Sometimes it sucked when it would be a big pit bull. She had these steps, these wooden steps to go up to the tub. It was hard work, but I didn't care. I made money. I think I ain't lying. I used to get paid $7 an hour, somewhere around there. 6 or 7 an hour. This is 1992, 93. That's how I made my money for school clothes. And then in the wintertime, I would have accounts. Talk about an entrepreneur. Me and my friend James, we had special houses and accounts where the people would say, every time it snows, I expect you to be here, right on this street here that I live on right here. Yeah. Sometimes I walk up the street by these houses and I think about the younger days. Time flies, man.
Yep, I'm stuck in the old days, and I refuse to leave. Right? I was thinking about all kind of old school shit all over the weekend.
I think about how I don't really see children outside playing no more, man. We used to be outside in the street playing football. We'd be going to play basketball. We would, man, I remember
every fucking day, bro. Every fucking day we did this shit.
We used to run across the highway just cause. Just to run from one side to the other. You know, we would play in the train tracks. We would grab the train and ride that shit. Man, now that I look back, what if one of us slipped and got our leg cut off? Like shit, we were just wild, man. I'll never forget. It was me, my friend James, my friend Mike, and I forgot who else, but we grabbed the end of the train, right? And we were riding down the tracks, and we were coming down the tracks, and where Stanley Works is, the Stanley Works is still operational back then, and we were hanging out the back of the train, and right when we were crossing the street, his mother was sitting in the car. I shit you not. What's the chances of that? And he's hanging off the back of it, acting stupid, and his mother was right there as we're crossing the street on the fucking train. That shit was hilarious. In their fucking station wagon. I'll never forget that boat. That's another story too. Me and my friend, we took his mother's station wagon and went to New York City one night. That was wild, man. I think we were like 16. What the fuck were we thinking, yo? We didn't get pulled over or nothing either. That's another wild thing. We didn't even get pulled over, yo. Nowadays, you'll get pulled over quick. The shit we used to do, you can't do that shit nowadays, man. There's too many Karens with cameras and fucking people on your business. It's a different time now. I've seen videos of I forgot that guy's name, man. He died jumping off a train or something happened. His backpack got caught on it and it dragged him. I forgot his name. I used to watch all his videos because he traveled on the train. But he used to go in the fucking, because nowadays I heard trains drive on their own, which is weird. Every time I'm coming home on the bus, the express bus route is like a train, you know, it stops at platforms and shit on the way, but on the side of it is Amtrak and Metro North. And I'd be looking at the trains and shit when they pass by, and I wonder, because some of them drive backwards. Like if they're going north, it'll be the train is going backwards. If they're going south towards New York, the train has the, you know, it's pulling it. But when it's going backwards, it's pushing it. If you know what I mean. And if I'm mistaken, man, I don't think the trains used to do that back in the day. I think they always pulled them. Maybe I'm wrong. But from what I hear now, trains don't really have people in the thing. They're all computerized. I could be wrong. Because that guy, I forgot his name, man. I love his videos. I still go watch him sometimes. Fuck's his name, man?
Lady, what do you
He had
want
the
from me,
KFC crew. But he would be in the fucking train thing, yo, and there's no guy in there controlling it. It's all computerized.
Go sit down.
Yeah, things were better back in the days, man. In the 90s, it was way more freedom. Before the police were militarized and went to war against the people, you know, the Patriot Act is war on us, man. People don't even get that shit. When I try to talk to people about that, they're so dumb, man. They think the police are there to help them and shit. Like, yo, I've seen people call the
Everybody's
police,
just
and they
everybody's
got
so
arrested.
fucking scared, bro. Everybody's just so fucking scared of everything, bro. They're scared to speak up. They're scared to fucking hear a thought or an idea that they're uncomfortable with. They're just scared of fucking everything, man.
Yeah, some guy said, hey, told the woman, I seen the video, he told the woman, hey, you got beautiful toes, they're painted nice. And the lady was like, I don't like you complimenting on my feet.
So?
And I'm
So
like,
what?
wow, yo, what's wrong with women today, man? A compliment? Like,
I don't like
thank you or
I don't
nothing.
like
She got all
bitchy ass
offended.
bitches, bitch. You know what I mean? Like tough shit. It's life. And you got to walk around in a bunch of shit that you don't like sometimes. You have a right to fucking change everybody else into this thing that you're okay with. It's fucking weird.
Joe says a train derailed by my house a few weeks ago. You got what? I can't see the end. That thing's in the way. I got a picture of it all. You know what's crazy, Joe? Down there where the bus terminal is now, used to be an empty parking lot there, and where the train would split, and if you went left, it was like an abandoned track. It was like outgrown. I used to cut through there, and there used to be a train bridge. Now it's the express busway. They tore all that up and made it into a road for express bus. And I used to cut across it had like a catwalk on the outside of the train bridge, and I used to walk the catwalk to cut through to go to the east side.
On the catwalk, yeah, he does this little dance on the catwalk.
That shit is scary, man. The cheap ass catwalk, man. You be looking down the highways under you. Man, I miss the old days, man. Fuck these new days, man. Everyone's so the old days definitely were more freer, man. Palantir's building us a digital prison, and then you got all these data centers that are just gonna poison everything, man. We're fucked. I didn't realize that there's like 80,000 data centers in the US already. This is terrible. And you got Bill Gates, and they're buying farmland to put data centers. Like, how dumb can we be? Cutting off farmland for data centers. Like, yo, I feel like choking Bill Gates. Like, you never see that clown anywhere. He's such a piece of shit, yo. Look what he did to India and Africa with those Jabberwoockoos and vaccines. You know, like, what they did to those people, man. Yo, it just blows my mind, man. These people get away with this shit, man. We're people are so desensitized, man. They don't even get angry anymore. Like, I'd be just fucking pissed. That's how I know my third eye ain't calcified, man. I'd be getting angry. I'd be like, oh, we need to do something. And people be like, huh? They give you the fluoride look. What? Nah, man, what? I gotta go to work, bro. My friends be like, that's life, bro. That's what we do. We gotta slave till we die. That's their mindset. Fuck this shit, man. Fuck this monopolized ass bank owned. They say they own everything. I think we're getting suckered, man. I don't think they own nothing. They just say they do. And because they got the police to back them, we can't, people are scared. The city says they own all this shit in every town and city, but they're just
how many amongst us are fucking shoveling them motherfuckers money every month to fucking maintain their fucking lifestyle and their fucking game plans by,
right?
There's a lot of people I know nowadays that just openly say, yeah, just get YouTube Premium. Just get YouTube Premium. It's like, oh, okay, well, y'all the motherfuckers putting all this money in Google's fucking pocket, bro. They don't get nothing out of me. I don't watch their ads. I don't give them fucking $10 a month. I don't do none of that shit.
I skip all the ads.
Yeah, bro. Fuck that shit.
And I'm not paying no YouTube Premium. You want me to pay for YouTube, and they kept taking my videos down because I was speaking factual shit to try to help people, and you wanna censor me.
Yeah, and the reason why. The reason why is what makes me mad about it, right, is all these other people are paying Google $10 a month, right? Well, I'm actually making videos. I'm basically an employee of Google who's not getting paid. And then the motherfuckers are treating me like a fucking employee that's not working hard enough. You know what I mean? And yet, like, me and you, we're like donation channels. We're not monetized, but if somebody wanted to donate, They can to help the cause, right? Directly.
Mm-hmm.
No, these motherfuckers would still rather give their $10 a month to fucking Google instead of, you know what I mean? The people they watch or the people that are at least contributing. Google ain't doing shit. They didn't build nothing, bro. They just took this shit over, bro.
They just exist.
They just took this shit over. It was already here. I was here before they got here. And it's the same, bro. It's just, but you know. And they're taking, whose data they taking? They ain't worried about y'all's comments in chat or people that ain't never uploaded a video. No, they fucking scraping my shit. They fucking analyzing my fucking every move and what the fuck I'm thinking in a video. It's like, and I don't get shit. I don't get one fucking dime from Google, not a penny from Google. That's what pisses me off.
They run ads on my shit. They banking off of my shit.
Yeah. They run ads on my fucking songs, bro. I mean, they don't get no more clear than that. It's like, bitch, I don't even run ads on my songs.
I turn that off. You could turn that off and they still run them.
Yeah.
Because they ask you, do you want ads? And I put fuck no. And it still has them. So what do they ask for?
And then they get tricky, right? Because I have a disability, but they take advantage of my disability, I feel like, because they always moving shit around and making options more harder to get to and find, and they're taking advantage of my disability, I feel like. How about that? How about that for a lawsuit?
This cat disappeared again. Why? How they take advantage of your disability?
By fucking moving shit around and making it hard to find options and this and that. Even terms of service. I can't even read terms of service. How can fucking I agree to it if I can't physically read it? All right? If I wanted to be a fucking dick, I could. In a courtroom setting. According to the there you are. According to the law as it's written. Get your fuck ass back, bro. Get over there before I put you in the kennel. Damn. All right. Go on, lady. Put you in the kennel too.
Man, I'm trying to move out of here, man. I've been looking for like even rooms for rent, man. Yo, shit's so expensive, bro. I never in my life thought Connecticut would be this expensive, yo. People want $900 a month for a room, right? Like, god damn, bro. You fucking kidding me? But I realized too that I thought to myself, a lot of them are near CCSU, the college here. So I'm thinking, yeah, they're trying to bank off these rich families. Which, whatever, do your thing, get your money.
Well, everything.
But you ain't gonna get mine.
Here, drink. I eat this. Boy. Where the fuck you been, bud?
It just blows my mind. I think about it all the time. How my rent was $9.85, and then these people come in from the last landlord to now, and they literally doubled the rent, yo. How the fuck is that even legal, yo? And then they say we go by income. That's the loophole, man. Just like safety's the loophole for the government. Now the new loophole to fuck people over is we're gonna go by your income. Who are these people who are landlords to know how much you make? That's none of their fucking business. I think that's wild. Like, who are these people?
Because they've already got it figured out how much is okay for you to spend. You should be spending probably 30% on your fucking rent, and you should be spending another 30% on fucking insurance and fucking bullshit. And then they got it all planned out, so you'll have like 1 or 2% that they call
what we make,
discretionary spending, and
discretionary spending would be the money you have left over if you had some kind of fucking genius business idea and you wanted to fund your own idea. That you'd have your 1 or 2% discretionary to spend on it. Because they got your other fucking 98% already planned out. Oh yeah, you got 10% in taxes and you got fucking 30% rent and you're gonna spend 30% food and they already got it planned out.
This is something new. This goes by your it goes by your income. Like this is something new that I ever heard, man. And to me that ain't right. Like I said, who and if when they know your income, they could just overcharge you purposely, man. That ain't right. You know, a place to rent should be a set price and that's it. So that means if the person next door makes less than me, they have the same apartment, theirs is going to be cheaper. And just because I make more, you're going to fucking overcharge me? Like, nah, man, this shit ain't right. Nope. Because I asked my neighbor across the way, they got a 2-bedroom too. And because they don't have income and they're on state, theirs rent's way cheaper. But, you know, because of my income, and I don't know, it's just a lot of things, man. I'm about to we're gonna have to fight this in court, man, because a lot of things ain't adding up, man. And if they go by income, my roommate's dead, so now you got to take my roommate's income out of the picture and just go by mine. But they're not doing that. They're leaving the full amount in there, so that don't even make sense. So if you go by income, watch when I go to court, man, I'm gonna smoke these dudes with common sense. I'm not no sucker, man. You can't get over on Chuck Norris. Yep, I'm gonna be like, so if you go by income, how are you charging me and my roommate? My roommate don't exist no more. But anyway, I don't want to be here no more. I want to get a better place. But still, I don't like when these landlords are something else, bro. That's like, I was thinking about that the other night. I'm like, man, this go by your income shit is like a loophole to just, they could charge you whatever they want because they know how much you make. That's insane. Find a quiet, rich foreign student. I'm about to find me a foreign lady that wants a visa and have her pay me. You didn't hear that from me, though. I'll be like, give me 10 grand just to start. And when you get it, I want another 10. Yo, there's rich women out there that want to be an American. You know what's crazy? I'll take that money and leave America. You could come and get your visa. Fuck this country. How can you say that, Chuck? America's the best country on earth.
That's what you do. Just find you a lady in another country that wants to come to America, and you just say, hey, instead of just getting married and all this bullshit, why don't we just trade houses and you can have mine, I'll take yours. And then you can have this with.
You know what's crazy? I know a woman. Damn. I know a woman who met this Indian guy. I think it was from Pakistan or somewhere. He had mad dough. And I think he was working out here. His fame or something to the extent where he gave the chick 10 grand to marry. And they got married and fucking all this bullshit for money.
In or out, dude?
Comes to America.
Inside. Inside now.
But they don't play with that shit. Like they like investigate too, man, to make sure you're not lying. Like it's very difficult to just like it's not as easy as it sounds. They are going to look into everything. She was telling me that they were questioning, you know, this one and that one. You got to, you know, they're definitely watching you to see if you're truly sleeping with each other and married. You know what I mean? They are going to be, because that's a foreign person, especially from Pakistan. I feel bad for the Middle East, yo. America's scum. Look at it doing to fucking Iran, yo. All because Trump's a piece of chomo material. That's why I think he started it. Because he's just caught.
You're just a bad person. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a rapist. Okay? You even say that. You're fake news. You heard him
That's
say
his
that the other day?
go-to, right?
You heard
Every
him,
time, dude.
you heard him say that the other day? He said, I'm not a pedophile.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
do
a
I still got that video?
I
Yeah, I do.
I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
You're horrible people. Horrible people. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
The pathetic propagandists over at FakeStream.
I'm not a rapist.
I love that, yo. I had to save that part, yo. I love it.
Yeah. This is crazy, bro. People don't understand, bro. Bro, people don't really fucking get it, bro. How fucking what we living in right now, bro. This shit is goddamn bananas, bro. There's not even a word, bro. It's tremendously ridiculous, bro. We're in fucking new word territory at this point.
He talks about grabbing women by the chochito. You just grab them by it. They love it. Like, come on, man. And then you're hanging out with a child trafficking maniac, Palm Beach Pete. Palm Beach Pete is Epstein. You can't tell me otherwise. They were lining up his smile and his teeth were exact, yo. The teeth tell it all. How is his teeth exactly like fucking Epstein's? There's no way, man. We're being bamboozled to the fullest. Epstein never died in no jail. He probably never even went to jail. Epstein's hanging out with billionaires. You think they're gonna lock him up? This dude got crazy money. Come on, man. They play us so hard. Epstein is look up on Palm Beach Pete, man, and tell me that ain't Epstein.
Yeah, who's Jeffrey? I'm not Jeffrey. I'm Palm Beach Pete. I'm just a fucking weirdo walking on the street.
I gotta go get cat food, man. I fucking forgot to get it this morning when I went to get coffee. I gotta look now before this guy. I don't think he's open today. I'm gonna have to walk all the way up there. I would have gave my cat some turkey, but there is none. I don't know, man. I didn't go live for a while because I'm just dealing with a lot of bullshit right now. But I was like, let me go live today.
Well, I think everybody's dealing with a lot of bullshit right now. I really do. Ain't nothing. None of my regulars are on schedule anyway. Just like me, I've been taking a break since my birthday. Kind of like
happy birthday.
What the fuck is going on? Type shit.
My birthday just passed too, April 19th.
Well, mine was in February, so it's been a while. I've been in this funk.
Not getting any younger, I'll tell you that.
Here, man. Here, Bob. You get treats, bro.
Shit, I worry about getting homeless. It's so expensive here, man. Now I see why people There's no way I could afford $2,000 by myself.
I ain't never paid over $600 a month to rent in any place.
Yeah, I remember rent used to be like $580, $600 growing up. The rent was cheap.
That was
Everything
a high
was so much
end.
better back in the day.
The
Somebody
last
said in the
place,
70s in the Bronx, rent was $27 for an apartment. That is awesome.
the last place I rented, I was working a regular job that was barely above. It was like $8 an hour type jobs and shit, like a regular fucking minimum wage worker life. My rent was fucking $365, I think, was what I was paying to rent out a fucking little small like mobile home trailer park, but it wasn't in a trailer park. It was on a piece of land by itself, kind of like where I'm at now. And $365, and my car was paid off, but I was paying insurance and fucking more. But on minimum wage, I was broke ass motherfucker. I still would have to go like a few days at the end of every 2-week pay period without food or something because I didn't make enough food.
Yeah, I wonder how much. The fuck?
It's always been a fucking keep you running on the fucking wheel, bro.
Here we go with this bullshit.
And it's like if you're working and you always broke, I can testify that if you just stop working and you're always broke, it's really not as bad as you think it would be when you're working and broke. You think, oh my god.
I wonder how much a U-Haul is.
Basically the fucking same, except you got a lot more free time on your hands.
I might have to get a U-Haul, just a little fan. And put my little bit of stuff in storage. I hope this store is fucking open, man.
Storage costs money too, though.
I don't want to walk. It's a fucking Stop and Shop, man. Let me see. I bet you it ain't open. Nope, I don't see his car there. Fuck. I might have to go to Stop and Flop. He hasn't been open on Sunday.
Bro, how many times I got to go in and out, bro? Where'd it go, man? Where the fucking cigarette go I just dropped? Motherfucker.
It's a little warmer out than it was this morning at 7 a.m.
Back up.
It's the wind that's a little nippy.
No.
Man, they don't even. Wonder if some of these plants. Look at these daisies. I'm about to eat some of them.
Going outside?
I was eating some the other day. I forgot to wash them. Somebody was like, what if the cat pissed on it? Oh well.
Still better than what Monsanto did to it.
Oh, he's open. Yes. He's not here?
Mama, she in here?
He'll be back, I hope. Maybe not. Wow. I'll wait a minute and see.
Mama. Mama go?
This is odd. Well, the store is like open, but he ain't here, so that means he's gonna have to come back and close it.
Where's Mama at?
Yeah, this is the dumbest construction I've ever seen, man. I can't believe they're wasting this much tax money.
Where's Mama?
They could have put a basketball court here for the children. You know, that would have been way better. With a high fence. Instead, they put the stupid walkway on. Let me see if I can show you guys. The only good thing that came out of it is they fixed it. My friend's sidewalk in front of the store. See how they're putting the stupid walkway, and it starts down here, and it runs all on the side of the highway. One day I'm gonna walk down here to show you guys what they've done and what changed from when I was growing up. My friend's restaurant used to be right here, and the lady I talked to you about, Robin, had the dog place used to be right there until they knocked it all down. It was a big, like, plaza, like, not plaza, but there used to be an Italian store at the corner, which is now up there. It's called Angelo's. And then there's a porn shop with porn tapes. And then it was the dog place, and then the pizza place.
Come on.
And then on the other part, the building went this way up Lincoln. It was like some appliance for washers and dryers. And then here was all woods, and they knocked all this down, man. They put a stupid fucking walkway that no one's gonna walk. I don't even see people walking on this walkway.
Come on, Mama. Want
Like,
a treat?
who wants to walk on the side of a highway for exercise, all noisy and polluted? What a waste of tax money. I wonder how much the mayor footed into their pocket. You know, I wonder that, because Connecticut mayors and governors are known for embezzling money through construction. If I'm gonna do a video on that. Roland, so many of these people embezzle money in Connecticut through Tilcon and Manafort. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a rapist.
I'm not a rapist.
I'm just a scumbag that bombs innocent women and children like George Bush and Biden and Obama.
I'm not a pedophile.
I'm glad I kept that part, because I had two videos.
I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
You're horrible people. Horrible people. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
The pathetic propagandists over at Fake Stream.
It gets funnier every time, yo.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should call them and see. There's people standing out here. Yeah, there's no... Well, I see buds on these trees. And I see some green coming out, but it's still cold, man. I got a hoodie and my jacket on. It's when the wind blows, it's cold.
It was cold here. I had to turn my motherfucking heat on, bro.
Yeah, today it's only 45, 50 degrees here. This morning it was like 38, 40.
I'm in fucking South Louisiana, bro. I'm right on the goddamn fucking Gulf, basically, in fucking
I thought that was him. Let me try to call Benny and see. Give me 1 second. Excuse me? What language was that? Whoops. What the fuck? Yo! What's going on here?
Do not drink a beer in store. Hurry up and buy. Oh shit! Tim Dillon posted today. He didn't post yesterday. Fucking Tim Dillon's on point lately, bro. It's the funny shit. It's genius what he's doing. I get it. I like the cut of his jib. Ah. Woo. Oh. If you just need to call. What do you want, lady? Y'all are driving me crazy, bro. Literally. Driving me crazy. Yeah, yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Noise sound. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that should be all right. That's it. A little fast. Enter. Entree. That's right. On. Open. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, yeah. Magic, man. Boom, boom. Boom. If you didn't come to party, so fun knocking on my door. Got a line in my pocket, and baby, he's ready to roll. There you go. Oh, but before I left the heaven, I'll just right away. Before I left the heaven, I'll just right away. Say 2000 body over. Out of tires.
Man, you got a real dope studio in the groove. That shit is fire. I would be in the studio too if I had all that equipment. How'd you learn how to work all that stuff? Through trial and error?
Yep.
Sometimes I watch your videos and I see you cooking it up, and I'm like, wow, all these different knobs and buttons. That's a lot
Started
of
with one
equipment.
thing and just branched off from there.
You have a sampler?
Yeah.
You got a lot of like vinyl?
I got some. I used to have a lot.
Yeah, even a little bit. You could still sample and create.
Yeah, I got enough. Yeah.
I wonder why they did that. Yeah, a lot of this stuff don't add up. This big, thick sidewalk to me is fucking retarded, man. I don't know why they widen the sidewalk and shorten the road. It just don't make sense to me. They turned it from a 2-lane to a 1-lane, which is going to back traffic up. That's how dumb these people are. How you doing? Good. Yeah, I wonder if this dude's coming back or what. I don't know. I could have fucking walked to Stop and Shop by now. That shit good. How cold is it over there, Cannon Dummy? Damn, what happened to Wayne, man? This dude fell asleep or something. Yeah, I really hope this dude comes back, man. I tried calling him. I don't know why he gives me his number. This dude never picks up. I don't even know why he's got a cell phone. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people waiting out here. I wonder what this was. Old ass electrical wire. I remember, god damn, I hate cars like that. I remember there used to be a tattoo shop here, and it was the Hell's Angel. I used to hang out, and cause I was trying to get like tattoo back then. I thought it was cool, but they wouldn't give me one unless I got my mother's consent, and I knew that wasn't happening. But I had my friend Christos got one here, but the whole point of me bringing up the tattoo shop and the Hell's Angels is because they killed a woman here and buried her in the basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Yeah, the cops came and yeah, they dug her up. Yeah, buried her in the basement here. I always wonder if her ghost is stuck, or they could have killed her somewhere else and brought her here and buried her. Like if they were smart, they would have brought her to the reservoir and done it that way at night. But no, you're gonna put her in a fucking basement. You know, I wouldn't have done none of that. Only time I'm gonna kill somebody is my life's in danger, and I have no choice.
Bubby, stop, dude. Good goddamn key.
Or the government rages war, which they already have.
Oh, just eat him up with a biscuit. That's great.
Yeah, I got a verse that I wrote. I think I'm gonna put it down to a beat. In this time when I'm rhyming, it's gonna be more enthusiastic. I feel like sometimes I lack in enthusiasm when I'm rhyming. That's why I don't play a lot of my other tracks that I have. Plus, I'm very picky, man. When I listen to them, I hear like certain things that I should fix, but I have excuses that get in the way. Excuse after excuse, man. I'm the only one holding me back from greatness. What's up, OHM? OHM, VVS. That was the first thing I thought was like diamonds of VVS, but it's only VV. I got a bike. I got a mountain bike. What's up, Max? I didn't even see Max come in here. Let me drop the link in case he wants to come up. I don't think I'm gonna go live tomorrow morning. I got so much shit to do tomorrow, man. I gotta go. I ain't gonna talk about it yet, but I hope this guy comes back. There's mad people waiting for him in front of the store now. Nope, this lady's out. She said I'm out of here. No, she ain't waiting. She said I'm out. Exit. What time is it? 12:50? I don't know. They're looking too promising here. Not looking promising. He charges $3 for a can of cat food, but I really don't give a fuck. I just don't want to walk way to Timbuktu.
All right, yeah, I got it. My dogs don't like car horns, or they get triggered. Y'all like them car horns, man. Y'all think somebody's here every time. In and out, all day, in and out. Meow.
Gives you purpose in life.
It does. It does.
Cats. In and out. Treat time.
What's up, Max?
Not much. How you doing?
How warm is it in Canada right now? I seen they had a warm front.
About like 60 degrees, I guess. 50.
No, it's not that warm. I seen a warm front come over Canada.
Let me look.
And he's got to come back. He has to close the thing.
5.
I said he has to come back to close that. I hope he does. I tried calling him. But he didn't pick up.
You need some more food, bro?
Yeah, more fucking anti-gravitic scientists have died, eh? Fucking
Boom, 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 boom.
I don't believe none of it.
On top of old Smokey. Covered with cheese. Speaking of cat food,
This is wild.
Meow. Here. Put that in your face.
Yeah, it's there's a funny thing happening at where I work. All the kids there that I work with, not all kids, but anyway, they all know about EMF radiation because I taught them and the effects of it. Last week they were asking me, they came up to me and they asked me if there was something going on because all of them were having similar symptoms at the same time, achiness, headaches, and things when they come to work. I'm like, damn, well, yeah, there is something going on because they're constantly adding shit like different devices, more radiation. And I had to repaint my shirts with silver a couple weeks ago because I started having bad effects from it. But it's just going to be, it just seems to be they just constantly add to it.
Yeah, it does seem like pattern recognition is something that people are finally fucking like getting in touch with, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna overlay it with this and see. Well, that kind of isn't that good to overlay. I have to find a better one. Like this guy, he took Moo, and then he like the way he took Moo and he overlaid it. I think that's Google Earth. But if you look, the islands he was pointing out are like, even where those dots are, there's islands in some of them dots in the Pacific Ocean. And it makes me wonder because the bottom half of Moo, planes don't go down there. He was showing the plane travel, and no planes go on that southern part of the Pacific down there. No, none. They either go right along the coast or over the continent. And no planes go down in the southern part. And I used to look at the globe in school and wonder, why is there all that ocean with no land? There's all this other land, but none there. Makes me wonder, man. Look at this beauty. Bing bong. But I want to get an app that could overlay pictures.
Come on, Bob.
Yeah, I'm glad that people are starting to recognize what's going on around them. Gives me a little bit of hope.
Because I was looking at this. Because as I'm watching the guy's video, my lunch break or something.
Yeah.
I was doing my own research as I'm watching, and I found this right here. And then if you probably take Moo and line it up with this, you know, as you can see, you got Easter Islands, probably a part of Moo, maybe New Zealand, Hawaii looks like it would have been, and then you can see those, maybe some of these other.
Now, a lot of people think that the Azores might be part of it. That might be where some people think that's where Atlantis was. I don't know.
And then look at these islands that ain't even on this map right here. You see this map is leaving out all of these other islands. I mean, all these little islands could be the top of Moo, like the very higher ground that was on Moo. just like other islands. I think a lot of islands in the Gulf, like Puerto Rico, Cuba, Dominican, Haiti, on higher ground. Like, cause where did the ocean water come from? I don't think it's always been here. Why is there cities under the ocean, like pyramids and structures?
Oh yeah, the Book of Giants describes that there was a time before it rained during their flood, and the first time they ever came.
I mean, look at this. Isn't it odd that it's a whole 360? I didn't get the other part, wasn't in the picture. But isn't that odd, yo? It's a complete circle. Kind of reminds me of like a bowl or something. And that's the outer rim of the bowl, and the other part flooded. Interesting stuff, man.
Looks like a fish
After
mouth.
watching the guy's video, I was so hooked on my lunch break. He has some good stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm friends with that channel.
Man, where is this fucking guy, man? I just texted him and told him he left his door open to the store. He ain't coming back. It's fucking 1 o'clock. What have you been up to, Max? Any researching?
No, I'm actually working on protection right now. Planning
Working
on
on what?
making a rifle machine with one of those orgone machines, like a closet. Have you ever seen that?
No.
They cured people in a closet. I'm just making like an isolation chamber so that they found that 15 minutes of isolation a day from it.
Sounds interesting.
Had a huge effect on your health. Gonna make the closet into a little fucking Faraday box and see if that has any effect.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to show people Spirit Light Bodies channel. I mean, this young man is a freaking genius. He built a plasma gun, or whatever you call it, and he was putting it in his water to charge it, and then he drank it. And I'm like, man, I was jealous. I was like, I want one of those, man, you know? I don't know how they build them, but I would love to build one.
Yeah.
He's afraid that they're going to come after him, and I don't blame him. He has a free energy device that he built.
When you publish it.
Where it charges batteries and it creates energy with magnets and stuff. And this dude is a genius.
Yeah,
Gotta
you gotta
protect
publish
that
that
man.
shit so you don't die.
Huh?
You can't keep that shit to yourself or you'll die. You gotta publish it.
Well, he's making videos. I don't think you should patent it, because once you patent it, they'll murk you because they got your patent. You're done. You know, once it's certified and they got the blueprint, you're fucked.
Yeah, you make it public access. If you discover something, you say this is free to the world, and then nobody can hack it. Just like your videos. If you say your videos are free to use, anybody can use them. But that's what people with those inventions should do, so that they do not die. Greed will kill you.
Man, I had so much good pictures, but they're on my laptop. I got my roommate's TV that was left behind, a flat screen, so I cleaned it up and I put it in my room, and I took the cable that I got from the laptop and I hooked it up to the TV, and man, looking at maps and architecture pictures, especially maps, is so much better than my phone, man. It makes everything so much better to zoom in. If I would have known that, I should have got me a flat screen a long time ago.
I found that girl.
Damn, I should have just walked up the fucking street. I've been here, what, 20-something minutes already? He ain't coming. It's Sunday. I called him. He don't answer his phone. I hate when people do that. I forgot the name of that island. I want to look it up again. I'm going to show you these pictures. Dumbass. I'll have to flip that shit. It was one of them three-wheeler cars. It would have been hilarious if he dumped it.
Yeah.
He almost did, too. When he was trying to act funny, the back wheel turned. I thought he was going to dump it. I would have laughed. Fucking idiot. You know them three-wheeler cars with two wheels in the front and one in the back?
Yeah.
You ever see them things? I don't like them. More power to them. Let them drive it, but
those things are really stupidly expensive.
Yeah, and he's the way he's driving, he's gonna dump it over. It's just weird to me that the one wheel in the back and two in the front. I mean, you turn wrong enough, you could dump it. Damn, I went to talk to my old landlord. Right, I used to rent a room over there, and it was my friend Robin that passed away of cancer. Her husband. I went over there to see, and the rooms are filled. And it just so happened when I went over there to talk, they had paid their rent. He opens the check and he goes for two of them, I got $900. He goes $450 each a month. I'm like, damn. I would pay $450 in a heartbeat a month for a room. What?
Hell yeah.
Those people ain't going nowhere no time soon.
No.
You cannot beat that price, man.
Yeah, my rent's under $1,000. I can't go anywhere.
Yeah, mine's $1,600, man. I can't afford it.
Yeah.
No way in hell, man. By myself.
We're having a real problem with that market right now. Too many people, because they can't find people to rent.
Yeah, because everyone's fucking getting greedy.
Yeah.
You know, like I still can't believe my rent was only $980 something when we first moved in there, and then when these fucking Jews bought it, they doubled it. Like, I still think to myself, we were talking about this earlier about how they go by your income, and to me that's a loophole. Like, who is it their business of what a person makes, the landlord? Like, who they think they are, you know? So that means if it's by income, my neighbor could have the same 2-bedroom as me, and because they make less, their rent's cheaper. But because I make more, I gotta pay more for the same fucking apartment.
Yeah.
That's fucking retarded, man. It don't even make sense. That ain't right.
Well, it helps keep you from getting ahead.
It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know who made this law up or where this came into play. I don't think I'm ever gonna rent. If someone says we're gonna go by your income, nah, I ain't renting from there. That's none of your fucking business, you know?
Well, it can be better. It just depends, right?
Yeah, it depends if you're poor and you ain't making shit.
Yeah.
But then they might not rent it to you, you know, because these people are fucking greedy. My mouth's so dry right now.
Go to a balancing act there. You got to make enough to make it worthwhile, but not too much that you take all your money.
Yeah, this is wild, man.
I've been really interested lately in the satellite technology detecting the heartbeats and brainwaves of people.
Yeah, I don't know what to
Like,
call them. I would love to have a real good telescope
yeah,
to really get a look at what you call it. You know what I noticed too? Oh my god, it's annoying. With Tesla, Tesla, fucking Elon Musk. I noticed this the other day, so I had to download this stuff. Now, all right, you got SpaceX, right?
yeah,
Then he bought that other thing and he calls it X, right? Then, if you look at his son's name, I think his son's name is XAE or something like
yeah,
that.
something stupid.
It comes out to A12. What's with him and these X's, man? And 12.
The Luciferians.
Elon Muscaroonie. He loves X, man.
Yeah.
X ain't 12 though, so I don't know what they're getting with this 12. Cause yeah. But yeah, I think these satellites are definitely on balloons. Because
Whatever they're on, they're detecting your brain waves and your heartbeat. So.
Yeah, these people are sinister as a motherfucker, man.
Whether they're up in space or on a balloon, they're doing the same thing.
Yep. Man.
I hope people get their eyes open to that too, that they can find anybody, anywhere, any place. If you're a missing child out there, should have been found. Could have been found if they really wanted it. But they don't want to find all the missing kids.
Hell no.
No.
That's because they're involved.
Yeah. When you make them disappear, you don't want them. And I thought in the past there's that, that Amber Alert thing.
Amber Alert?
Yeah. All that
I remember
does
that.
notify them that there's a kid that they can take. Or an Amber Alert where they have all these notifications all over the place, right? There's missing kids. Right? That's public. But the private, they could open up the W-band systems and just track that kid down and disappear them. And I think that's what they do. All the time.
Look at this picture from the 1800s on the left, and then the one on the right. No, I think the one on the left is 1700. I screenshot this from that guy at my lunch break.
Yeah.
But when I was looking at it, I said the top's different, and the pillars go down. Now, because even the little building next to it looks like it's the same, but what happened? Did they add something to the pillars, or
the one on the left looks like a drawing, not a photograph. But.
Yeah, I know. It's from the 1700s, I think. They drew it up. But did it flood? Covered the bottom there?
Artistic license, right?
I just tried to compare it, and I think it flooded or something. They got buried, that bottom part. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at this baby. Oh my Lord. Such beauty. And they're saying they built these in a year. Get the fuck out. There's no way in heck, man. They build these in a year. Motherfuckers can't even build the Empire State. No, not the Empire. They couldn't build the Twin Towers in a year.
You can't build a damn GO station here in like 10 years. That's just 2 little buildings and a tunnel.
This is nice. This is British Museum.
There are guys that are like construction, you call up these construction companies that do this type of work. They say, sure, we can do it. It'll be $6 billion, and it'll take us about 20 years. But no, back in the past, we've just thrown them up anyway. Right?
Look at this beauty. I found this picture. I forgot where. It says Ray State right there. I don't remember where this is, but that's a beauty.
One hell of a tower.
Supreme architecture. And look at this. This guy was talking about why they're breaking toes and why they're taking hands off these sculptures and heads off. And he had a theory. Now, yes, this thing has 6 toes. And look at the pinky toe. Look at the thing. It's huge and it's bent. And he made a good point. He says, were they hiding the oblongated heads? Were they hiding 6 fingers? Because it is odd that a lot of the statues, even on the buildings, the little heads are gone, the hands are gone, and the feet are gone, some of them. Now, what are they hiding?
Yeah.
Now, some of them have heads because they're regular heads, but some of them don't. And I think they're hiding these oblongated heads.
Could have been, yeah, the elongated head. The Egyptian pharaohs had some of those.
That's definitely 6 toes.
Elongated. It's got fucking Nephilim genes in them, that's why.
Interesting.
I knew a guy that had 6 fingers.
I forgot where this was. Wyoming, I think? Why is there a pyramid in the middle of nowhere? That's in Wyoming.
Yeah.
I think these things used to generate energy. Man, I don't think he's coming back. I don't know. I tried calling him again, man.
What time is it?
1:15.
Comes around 2, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
There's a guy who did a bunch of videos on water. Like some of these structures might have been built on the land to build up pressure to push water out of the ground.
Oh, hey, Candy.
So I thought that was a good idea. You come to an area that doesn't have any water, you build a pyramid, and water starts pushing over the ground. All you got to do is build a mountain on top of it. Build up the pressure.
650 for a 1-bed. Oh my God, man! I need to move out that way, man. You know how much a 1-bedroom is in Connecticut? At least fucking 1,000. Some people want 1 bedroom to rent a room. They want 900, 800, and that ain't counting. You got to put a month ahead too. So that's 1,600 off the tip. Just for a room to rent. These college students on the east side. Because I was looking for rooms to rent, and man, the prices are insane, man. That's why I was saying the 90s things are so much easier. My friend here at the store, I'm waiting for my Dominican friend here. He said, you know those are Jews that own your building, right? And I go, yeah. That's why they're from New York. That's why the fucking rent doubled. They're fucking greedy, man. They're selfish. It's alright. They could take their shithole apartment. But yeah, it's not easy, man. Finding places. I've been looking and looking. Everything's expensive in Connecticut. I think I might try to leave Connecticut. I don't know. It's not easy to just get up and leave.
No.
What am I going to do with my stuff? I mean, when it comes down to it, I don't got much. I'm going to rent a little U-Haul van and put my stuff in storage. I don't got a lot. I'm leaving the dressers behind. I'm going to leave the bed behind. Throwing all that shit out. I'm only taking like my clothes, my cards, and my paperwork. Simple shit. And my, my video games and all that stuff. But as far as like dresses and stuff, fuck that shit, man. I have to carry that by myself. I ain't breaking my back. There he is. Is that Benny? That's Benny. He was probably like, I told him you left your door open. He probably knows it ain't the door.
Nah, he comes back around this time.
When I text him watch, he's gonna be like, I thought I left it. I thought you guys were in the store. I told him I'm standing out here. Your door's open. He goes to church.
Yeah. Around that time he go to church. You know what I'm saying?
Benny is very good with the Bible,
Yeah,
man.
he's a good dude, man. He stay on his religion. He stay on top of that, you heard?
Yeah, he's always teaching me something.
Yeah, he's always on top of that. What's up, buddy?
The Amber Alert. Yeah, they always have Ambers. How many children they say go missing a year, man, right? I don't know if I believe that number, man. Like, because to be honest, I'm going to look it up. I want to challenge that because in Connecticut, they say like these crazy numbers, but I'm wondering. I'm going to look that up later. I want to challenge it because I don't ever hear children going missing. I don't think I've ever heard of any child going missing where I grew up here. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, I've never heard of it. Oh.
Probably happens all the time, just to, I guess,
Matter
you
of
just hear about it.
fact, hold on.
Be right back.
Alright. I had to erase these pictures. Damn. I have this, the other one I wanted to show. I have it, it's on my laptop, but my grandfather in the war always talked about the Pacific Islands, and well, on these Pacific Islands in the pictures there's a bunch of old tanks rusted out, and it makes me wonder about it makes me wonder about why were those tanks, were they blowing out a lot of these old structures, like a lot, they do a lot in wars, like in part of the wars in the island, they were blowing up Shaolin temples and stuff, which is not a good thing, man. They were messing with the Shaolin temples. They lost a lot of history in the wars and stuff. Man, I love these chips right here. These Rap Snack chips. They don't have no chemicals in them. I was looking at, well, yes it does. Damn it, I didn't see the disodium guanylate. That can't. Oh no! Produced with genetic engineering. You gotta be kidding me. What are these black people doing, man, to their people? You got Lil Baby. Oh, this one don't say it. That honey jalapeno. Look at Boosie. Produced with genetic engineering. I'm calling a little Boosie out on these, y'all. I'm taking pictures and I'm calling these rappers out. They poisoning their people. They kick me out every second. Look, I got two of me up here. Which one? Oh, okay, let's get this one on here. I wonder what happened to Max. Alright, I need... Oh, shit, nuggets. Oh shit, what's up, Phil? Night the sun sky.
¿Cuánto le vamos a enviar a Nelly? 110.890 con 11.
Damn, my phone's, I gotta hurry up and get home. Look at 6'Tall Willie.
Ese ladrón. Es un ladrón ese hombre. Sin piedad. El primero. El de la chiquita.
Alright, let's see. These are the catacombs. Yeah, I got some pretty cool pictures of these catacombs. And this cool picture of this house on top of a mountain. This right here. I thought this was awesome. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright. Mission accomplished. I'm just glad I don't gotta walk way up the street. But this is awesome, this picture. And I got it in real life too, present day. Hold on. Now, the reason why I took that picture is because look at the oh, come on, man. It's gonna start this shit. There's not even a lot of pictures here, man. Yo, I'm about ready to fucking spaz out on these people. Anyway, as you look at the mountain there, see it in real life, right here. Now, am I bugging, or is that water around there, right? With a moat that used to be there. Now, I don't really see any moat. Maybe they put it under, but of course they ruined it. Look at that. Now, I guarantee you that goes underground in there. The castle at the top, I bet you that shit goes into the mountain. That's why I took a picture of this. I think this might be in Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, because I was looking at the catacombs. And this right here, you got one train coming out of that tunnel, but the other tunnel, I think, is empty. And then I got a map of the these are the catacombs right here.
Where's that, under France?
No, Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. Wow. Didn't know they had that.
Yeah, this is underground map right here. I mean, thousands of miles of underground stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
and there's catacombs, and these go under churches too. Come to find, I was watching that dude in my lunch break,
Yeah.
and he seems to see that wherever there's these catacombs, they're underneath these big cathedrals. You got Paris, you got Ukraine, you got
Yeah.
Peru, New York. This ain't even New York.
Yeah, lots of tunnels in New York, that's for sure. Yeah.
And if you look at like people who do like witchcraft, they use bones because allegedly the bones have something to do with energy or something.
Yeah, they claim they stack them and they act like piezoelectric crystals. Put pressure on a crystal and produces a small current.
Because I was talking earlier too about why they take our blood. Our blood is light, it's plasma. If you look at blood under a black light, it glows. That's how night vision works too. They say it's a heat signature, but I think it's because we're glowing light. That's what the heat is. It's like,
yeah, we produce invisible light and
man, I breathe so loud.
That's why we're so spottable on radar and stuff, because we do produce energy. Your body stands out like a beacon. It's not hard to track.
What?
Without nanotech. People are always worried about nanotech and being tracked. It doesn't matter. They don't need it. Still track you, still trace you.
Yeah.
Still read your brainwaves, still fucking read your heartbeat.
Some people don't get it.
Offers an advanced access to your body. And they want to set up little computer systems.
I got me a Welch's grape. I love this grape juice. It's 100% grape juice. It's expensive, but when I sip it, it's like I said, it gives me a flashback.
Got that flavor, right?
Yeah, when I used to pick grapes off the vines, they tasted just like this. So,
oh yeah,
like Welch's grape is definitely 100% grape juice, real grape juice.
When I was a kid, my parents used to make wine, and I used to eat the wine grapes. They're really sharp flavor.
Yeah, that's what. That's how I can tell with Welch's grape. It's real sharp.
Yeah.
And the juice is it's so you could tell it's real grape juice because it stains the glass. That's how you know, because real grapes, they'll stain your fingers.
Yeah. Okay.
And that stuff's good for your blood, they say. Like grapes clean your blood and kidneys out. What's up, Daddy? Bro? I got you some food. I got you food. Let me just feed my cat real quick. Here, see. Chop, chop. Who knows that sound?
I talked about things going up in price. The paint I used to buy, the silver paint that I used to buy for my shirts and stuff, was like $14. Now it's like $54 a can. Fucking ridiculous. When the store you could buy it at doesn't sell it anymore. I gotta buy it online. Just love it. Yeah, I heard that. Brown-eyed girl, yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Isabel Axel, owns the company that broadcasts the Amber Alert. Yeah. Do you think they really want those kids found? Or are they going to be harvested? Same thing as in national parks, too. When our class did what happens to people in national parks, most of the time it's organ harvesting. I guess because they're good, healthy people hiking on the trail. I don't know. Good organs.
Damn, I had to feed the cat. She was crying. Man, I waited outside for a while. Alright, so this is like the underground catacombs entrance here. This is in Ukraine. And they try to say these were originally created for like bootlegging and stuff, or
Really?
some of these underground tunnels.
Why,
Yeah,
why
but
would
look
you
at
go to
this.
that? Why would you make it so fancy for bootlegging? You just dig a hole. That doesn't make any sense. You're going to have a construction crew in for a bootlegging operation.
That's what I was saying. Like at the time,
Yeah,
these bootleggers.
Let's put some nice trim on this secret tunnel so that the police can't find it. Come on.
Well, this guy made a good point. He said back in them days, the roads were dirt. So you mean to tell me they're making underground tunnels to perfection, but they have dirt roads?
Yeah.
That was such a good point. And
yeah,
a lot of these underground tunnels too were like, I wonder about Hartford. I said, man, I wonder if there's underground tunnels at the Capitol that connects to all, because there's the Capitol, and across the street there's another old world building. It's so beautiful. It's got, I bet you the inside's got marble floors, just like the Capitol. I wonder if they have underground tunnels that connect these buildings. I bet you most of them do. Here's 1, 2, 3. I'm picturing in my mind. Then the Capitol, and then yeah. There's some. I have old pictures of New Britain, Connecticut. And man, it just blew my mind away because it looks nothing like it does today. Today, there's like, it has that old world style where the whole street has buildings that are all connected. Oh yeah, and then this was another underground one. I mean, look at this. It's in the catacombs, I think, if I'm not mistaken. What does this say at the bottom here? Oh, it's written in another language. No, Capella. I think this is Ukraine. Maybe not, but either way, I bet you under here looks like that. I mean, look at this compared. Now, what looks odd is there's nothing else to see around here for miles, but somebody built And it just looks weird to me that right here, look, there's only this mound. There's nothing else for miles. So what the fuck's under this mound? I would say the rest of that castle. I would say they buried it on purpose.
Yeah.
And then there's a moat right here. This is all drawing of it. You got the moat going around it, and then there's houses. And then here, this is it now. There's still some of those houses, but there's no moat, which is interesting. Maybe they filled it in or something to that extent, but yeah. Very interesting. This is Ukraine. Ukraine probably has some hidden gems. Oh, I gotta go in and come back again. Motherfucker. I had to leave and come back.
All right.
Because it's, oh, here. That's part of the catacombs, too. Look. Why is there a torch, a cement torch there? Like, these things were decorated. Makes me wonder. And then I like stuff like this. I wish I could find a tunnel here. Joe King had a dope video. He went in a tunnel in the desert. Old mine tunnel. He said he had to get over his fear. I don't blame him. Them tunnels look small. I wonder where Wayne went. This cat just disappeared. He dipped out. Yeah, I got tons of good pictures. Let me see. Hold on. Let me turn my TV on. Let me hold up this picture to show you. I should have separated the book reading from the live stream, but it's too late now. Oh well. Alright. Let me see. Yep, this is it. See, oh, okay, I was about to say. Yo, there's some really weird pictures I got from this catacomb, man. You want to see some weird shit?
Sure.
Look at these skeletons, man. This is gonna bug you out, because it bugged me out. Let me, how the hell did they manage to do this? That's real.
Well, advanced mummification, I guess. I don't know.
See, it's like in this thing.
Yeah.
And it's in the catacombs, and that is fucking bugged out, yo.
Yeah.
Yo!
That's messed up.
That's crazy. Here's another one. And they got them on display, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Look at this one. This dude's chilling, yo. Look how they put him, like, doo-doo-doo.
Yeah.
In the rib cage. That's fucking crazy, man. I was looking for 6 fingers, but you never know. Hold up. How do I got 2 of these? I hate when it happens. How does this shit double up? Alright, let me close that. Alright, now I want to show. Where are you? Whoa, why'd you do that? See, I got 2 of these. I don't like when this doubles up. I don't get it. Oh yeah, these are the pyramids in China. See, here's the tanks on Pompeii.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to show you. Maybe these tanks were used to destroy. It's taking so long. These right here. These are on them islands that are in the Pacific that are near Mu, where Mu would be. And I thought this was odd how there's all these tanks just chilling there. Like, maybe they were used to blow up some of this architecture. Alright, let me go back. Come on, man. I don't understand when I go through these. Maybe I got this shit on random or something. I got to figure out how to take that off. It shouldn't skip over pictures when I scan through them. See, this is like stuff left over on the island. There's all sorts of stuff like this. It looks like petrified wood. But there's all sorts of stone stuff, and this shit's all broken up like they were blasted. And on this island, there's a lot of broken up temples. And it seems in all these wars, man, they were attacking all sorts of temples.
Yeah, they're doing that now. They're destroying churches and shit.
This is in China. And as far as the eye could see, there's fucking pyramids. They don't talk about this. Look at all these pyramids in China.
Yeah, there's fucking tons of them.
I forgot how I started looking this up. Palantir. Fuck Palantir. I downloaded some PDF where it talks about Palantir is going to take over the government, and their main goal is to put a digital prison. And oh shit, what's this? Wow, I don't remember this picture. Where the hell was this? And there's people walking around. Look at this beauty. What fucking city was this in? Holy smokes, man. That's a masterpiece. Wow. That shit's probably bombed and gone, obviously. All the good stuff's been destroyed. What the hell? Whoa. The hell? That's weird. Anyway. Man. Oh shit. Yeah, I went 6 hours. No, 5 hours today almost. Whoa.
Yeah, I slept in today. Didn't get up till like 11.
It's Sunday.
Yeah.
The day to relax. What's up, DJ Graves?
Yeah, that's insane that Ghislaine Maxwell's sister handles the Amber Alerts for missing children.
For real?
For real. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, for real. And
where did you see this?
Epstein there, he was really involved in the W band and a lot of the tracking stuff. He's been involved in a lot of it.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's
He took
something else.
Yeah, his what he took in college was like a mixture of biological and digital courses. I forget what it was called, but it was basically about integrating the physical and the digital.
Yeah, that's what Candy's saying. I just seen it. She says, okay, I found the information. Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Isabel Maxwell, owns the company that broadcasts Amber. Get the fuck out of here. What do you know, huh? Just like the police probably help, play a part in it. Like in the movies, I got to figure out what movie that was. Maybe it was a movie I got. I was going to throw all my DVDs out, but if I'm moving, but I'm going to keep the good ones. But I'll probably keep them all. Fuck that. Throw them out. I got to get a DVD player. I know my PlayStation will play them, but I need a controller. But yeah, in the movies, the police always help these. I think it was that movie with that guy where they kidnap his daughter and he'd be like, I'm going to find you. What actor is that? Yeah, it don't surprise me either, Candy. That's wild, man. 'Cause that's how shit works. It's just like, say you're in prison and you got a guard. In prison, there's guards that are in the gangs. And they've been in the gangs. They just get a job and that's how you get stuff smuggled in. But yeah, man, it figures, huh? That fucking chick works for the very place. So one sister does the kidnapping, or no, I won't even say they do. I don't even think they get their hands dirty like that. I think they're just like the head people that, you know what I mean? But still, man, I mean, it makes me think about the files now, and that's like say Chuck hangs out with a cocaine dealer, right? And the feds are doing investigations and they're taking pictures and this and this and that. And that'll be like, well, people be questioning me, what are you doing with cocaine dealers? You sell drugs? Nah, he's just a good guy, man. I hang out with him. Right? It's like Trump right here. Always hanging out with fucking these chomos. I'm not a rapist. That's my favorite part.
I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
You're horrible people. Horrible people. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
The pathetic propagandists over at Fake Stream Phone News.
It gets funny. It gets funnier every time, It's not funny. It's not a laughing matter, but he sounds fucking hilarious.
I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
You're horrible people.
You horrible people, right?
Yeah. I just like to see him lying. Yeah, been out of shape and shit.
When he starts lying, the accordion hands start going, man. When the accordion hands start going, the lies start flowing. I should get a t-shirt like that. I made that up. Now, Brian's the one who said the accordion hands, but I made that line up. I like the other line Brian made up. He said, does a psychopath become a cop or is a cop a psychopath? And I think a psychopath becomes a cop. Yeah. He says, does a psychopath become a cop or does a cop become a psychopath? I think both, actually.
Yeah, I think it'd happen both ways.
Yes, that whole thing, when uniform, you put a uniform on, or you become an actor, you're playing a role, you're different.
Yeah, people will do crazy things if we give them a sense of power.
Yep, they sure will.
I mean, even if you worked at McDonald's, and I used to, I knew when I put that fucking uniform on, I felt a certain way and had to act a certain way. I was representing something, right? So it's the power of the fucking avatar, if you will, or the role player.
Oh, this is my favorite picture, man. Got any freedom in there I need?
Who's that?
This picture right here. Brian made this picture. I just seen it today. It's probably old, weeks old, months old. When I seen it, I said, oh, man, I fell in love with this picture. Fucking genius, man. Got any freedom in there? I need your ID. Yo, what's with cops and IDs, yo? It's like crack to them. If you could lose your life not giving a cop an ID, yo. A cop will blow your face off.
Yeah, it's
cops are insane, bro.
Submission move, right? You're supposed to be submitted.
Fuck that. They fucking with the wrong one. They try to submit me. Especially if I didn't do nothing wrong. I'm standing my ground, man. I ain't none of these suckers. Now, if the cop threatens me under duress that he's going to arrest me and it's on camera, I'll do it because then I'm going to sue. I'm going to try to sue because under threat of arrest, that's a threat. Even in states where you don't have to show your ID, cops still it's like crack to them, man. It's like, I got to have that ID. I need it. Ever since the cops became the military, we're fucked, man. Ever since they militarized them, like I said, every month there's a whole brigade new police officers. They jog and they sound like the military. When they jog, they're so loud.
Yeah.
A lot of young dudes, man, that are in shape. But
you just need to move somewhere where they only have like county police, county area. Get out of the fucking city and shit.
Our police department isn't really that big, but they have a tank, they have a Humvee, they have.
Right. But in order to manage such a large population of people in such a small area, they have to do all this intimidation and bullshit. Yeah.
They got state cops. You know what's weird? On the bus route, now, I was thinking to myself, since they tore those railroad tracks up and they put the bus, now, is that still, did they rent that property from the railroad company or did the city buy it? Or all these towns, because it runs through it runs through two towns or cities, two cities, and then Hartford. So, like I was saying, I wonder if the railroad company, because that's federal ground, and the only reason I say that is because at the bus there's state police that walk around in there now. It's not the city police, and that blows my mind considering they don't have jurisdiction. Why is there state police in there? I'm gonna ask the next time I see a state cop. I'm like, yo, pig,
Well,
come here.
if you're a cop in a certain area where you don't have jurisdiction, but you quote witness a crime or some shit and even pull somebody over, you, at least back in the day, because this happened to me, a guy did this to me. He pulled me over, but he couldn't write me tickets because I was in another city. So he had to call the city cop to come, and then when the city cop got there, he basically had to tell this guy, yeah, I pulled this guy over for this and that. And I ended up getting out of something because of that, because the cop that he called was actually somebody that knew me and shit and knew what this motherfucker was doing. And he actually stood up and fucking did the right thing on my behalf that day. So, but he had to call the guy who did have jurisdiction to do any paperwork.
I remember.
I was gonna say this is also backwoods, so you get away with a lot more shit along the edges of what you can get away with as a cop. And you know,
I remember we were playing on a railroad track, and I had this friend named Shaggy. I'll never forget this, man. This dude threw a rock. We told him, yo, stop doing that. He threw a rock into the road. Like, we were on the tracks, and he threw it up over the bridge, and it hit a car. Boom! We heard that shit. And we started running down the tracks, and the police were coming. We didn't start running right away, but you could hear the sirens coming, and we dipped up the tracks. And I guess the people seen us, because the cops went up West Main, and when they came down the side road to come to the tracks, they were standing up there. And the cop was up at the top, and he goes, did you guys see anyone throwing rocks? Right? And it was us. And we were like, nah. And he goes, he kind of knew it was us because the way, I don't remember what he said, but he would not come down onto the tracks. He could have went down a little path and got us, but he would not come down on the tracks. And I thought to myself, my friend says federal property. And I said, oh, maybe. But nah, if they really wanted us, they would have ran down it. Maybe he just was lazy and was like, I didn't see no one. He probably told his partners, I didn't see no one, and dipped.
Yeah, but I saw some kids and they didn't see anybody either. They said they didn't see nobody throwing rocks.
Probably. No, I think he was lazy though, because I remember the way he was acting. It was only him, so he probably was like, "Fuck it, I ain't doing no paperwork." This was in the 90s, man. Like, cops were different back then. If it wasn't nothing serious, yo, they wasn't really about to do paperwork. And they would let you go, too. And they wasn't all funny about IDs back then, either. They didn't care. Like, they would write your name down. Like, you could lie and give them a fake name back then. Now, these motherfuckers will destroy you for an ID. They'll slam you on your neck. Like, cops are it's like we're being invaded by another country, yo. That's how I feel when police are around. I feel like they're some treasonous occupation or some shit. Because they'll violate your rights. They don't care, man. They know because they got qualified stupidity. I mean, qualified immunity. You know, they'll get away with it. They'll violate your rights and nothing will happen to them. And if you sue, they don't pay for it, so they don't care. When did qualified immunity come in play, man?
Well, I think all of this whole world thing is kind of all going away a little bit, bro, right now. I mean, even if we go into the next phase, which is the fucking the Peter Thiel fucking police state fucking Palantir shit, I mean, I got to worry about the asshole cop because now we got the asshole algorithms just gonna do the same thing, But as of right now, dude, like, I don't know, maybe it's just my area because a lot of shit happened. We had a big shakeup with a fucking pedo got busted. The head of the SWAT team was fucking doing all kind of dicey shit.
See? You know them guys who act like 13-year-olds or 12-year-olds on the internet and they catch predators? Do you know how many videos I've seen where it would be a lieutenant from the police department, a sergeant, one was a police chief, and I'm like, damn, these cops are pedos, man.
Oh, this dude was all the way out, bro. He was uploading videos and doing it to his own kids, and he had adopted kids in his house because he's a cop and his CPS and the whole fucking thing, bro.
Man, this world's fucking disgusting, man.
He did shit with his animals. He got charged with that. He got 100 years. He got him and his wife. She was a school teacher in a middle school.
Man, this dude gave me damn near an empty lighter. There's no way, yo. I'm gonna have to bust him up.
Yeah,
no, I just bought this lighter the other day, man. It looks like it's gonna run out of flame or something.
Bitch is $2 a pop around here.
Man, whatever. Because I bought another lighter for $1 and the flame's so high, I was like, I can't turn it down because when you could take the metal piece off and do that.
Yeah.
But this one, the way they put them, the thing keeps turning, so I can't explain it. But you should know if you ever messed
Yeah,
up.
I'm not saying, yeah.
A big lighter, you can't do that. But
how many
they're
of these
hiring way too many police, man. I don't think the police will ever stop. I think there'll always be a police presence and robots. And that's the sad part, is that, this whole AI thing, has destroyed people's lives already where they've been falsely accused of something. This is we need to be like England, man. I hate to say it, but at least in England, they're fucking taking those things down. And much respect to them.
I mean, really,
that's what we need to start doing.
It really comes down to this, bro. However you want to look at it, it's do you as a child of God, as a product of your parents, as a grown man or woman, whatever you are, do you think some other fucking weirdo, some Alex Karp, some Peter Thiel, do you think any other person in this world should have that kind of fucking power of judge, jury, and execution over anybody, you or anybody else? Like, fundamentally, that's a problem. I don't care about what calls itself a government says on paper about, they got a right to do that to you because blah, blah, blah. No, fuck all that, bro. That's a direct threat to my fucking safety, survival, and fucking life, bro. And that needs to be confronted by all of us on an individual and largely a more collective community level, because this is what the question we should be talking about is. Jurisdiction. Sovereignty, whatever the fuck all that's about.
I like some sovereign citizen stuff. Like, because it is true what a lot of them say. Like, the courts are a foreign entity under the corporation, which is a foreign entity, man. And they really, in reality of the Constitution,
Right, but
they hold no, they're kidnapping people. When they
that's just
step on
playing the
their
game, bro.
rights, yeah, but
That's because we live in this world where our God is papers, bro. Paperwork. That's what the God of this world is, paperwork. Whether it be money or fucking treaty and government decree, bro. Whatever the fuck.
AI on a dollar, which is artificial intelligence.
Yeah, or even a book. It's all God. God's the book.
That's the God
God's
of
the
the world.
money. God is the legal documents.
well, to
Paperwork.
certain people it is. The real God to me is within myself. I don't know about no book. I get it.
Well then that's why we all this talk about governments and bullshit is bullshit talk because
The world is artificial intelligence. AI on
Yeah,
the dollar.
that's true. A lot of people go by what's on television, which television ain't even real.
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
Artificial intelligence. That's the God of the world.
Like the news is always broadcasting lies.
It's an artificial eye on the dollar.
Because they know most people are gonna do what the TV says. Like when they had those mandates, how many people followed the mandates? But in reality, when you look a mandate up, it's just a suggestion. That's what a mandate is. It's a suggestion that you do it. It doesn't mean it's law. It's not.
Yeah, people get what they ask for. They get the suggestion.
I'm a they call me a habitual line skipper. Yeah.
Just like advertisement is suggestion. Like suggesting you get a new TV away. People get what they ask for.
I'm not a rapist. I'm not.
Say it's wrong to feed the cow tree bark, and the farmer found out how to get the cow the extra tree bark, like he suggested to him or advertised it to him, and the cow started eating tree bark, just like junk food. Advertising, marketing, branding, like you brand a cow.
Brandon?
Yeah, branding, like name brand products.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, what's a Miranda? When they read you your Miranda rights, that's a chick's name, Miranda. Imagine being named Miranda. Cops.
But you have the right to remain silent, though.
Hell yeah. That's
I like gotta have to tell you that. You know?
That's because people don't have common sense. The cops are fishing and they fool a lot of people. When they start acting friendly, that's all the disguise they're putting on. Inside they're like evil as fuck. That's like the devil.
How about this, bro? If a cop came up to you and asked you for your ID or started asking you questions, what if you just asserted your own Miranda rights right off the bat? I have the right to remain silent. And just fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I would do. I don't answer questions. Because
you don't
cops
have to be
want you to answer questions to set you up. Have a good day, Candy.
Have a right to remain silent, sir.
You set yourself up.
Anything I say can and will be used against me in a court of law. Shut the fuck up and turn around, asshole.
And that it will. It will be used against you.
It's like asking a possum, was he in your trash can? Like, you kind of get what I'm saying? I think people get what they ask for. According to the way the language, the language is saying it is, people get what they ask for.
Well, I'm asking for $1 million right now.
Mm-hmm. $1 million bill.
And I'm manifesting it in my mind. It's going to be in my mailbox within 7 days. I'm going to get fucking...
In 7 days, you get a bill. Yeah, you asking for $1 million bills to pay. You asking to pay bills. You getting it. You
already paid it.
You getting $1 million bill to pay. You getting it.
Well, good luck, because that bill ain't getting paid.
Apparently, your fictional you is going to a bank account that's worth over $1 million.
Pay your bills over your lifetime. You very well paying $1 million, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you asking for it.
I figured up how much money I've made in my life as far as like income and shit. My whole life. And pretty much, you know, the average minimum wage worker and shit. It's basically about $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Is what a number I came to. So
the more dollar bills you get, the more bills you pay, right?
Right.
Why?
For over a lifetime, that's about what a human life
It's another kingdom, right? Where you don't pay bills.
earns at a minimum. Here.
It's another kingdom where you don't pay bills. It's like a possum. It's a raccoon.
I gotta get going. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed the talk. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
man.
All right, Max.
All right.
You should see on Reddit, I posted that video I got of the Nutella. You should see how fucking dumb these people are. Like, I just seen one guy said that I answered my own question. Nobody even touched that Nutella. That's how dumb these people are. They're saying that the lady hit it off the shelf. She didn't even touch. She had her back turned to the Nutella and it just flew into scene. Like, these dudes are, a lot of people are fucking dumb, man. Nobody touched that Nutella. That was the whole point. It just flew into the fucking scene. It's so fake. That no Nutella jar is gonna float. You know how heavy a Nutella jar is? Like, these people, son, it just blows my mind. The idiocracy.
Notice nobody is going and saying, you know what? I remember in public school education out of a regular science textbook, blah, blah, blah. I was told this about what space is and this fucking physics, science, the whole nine. And nobody's arguing why this is fucking fake because of fucking the way they taught us about what science, space, fucking all of it is in class. Just fucking makes their fucking whole thing impossible anyway, bro. We ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about the fucking average daily temperature of the fucking moon swinging plus and minus 273 fucking degrees on an average day.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. And the part where the ball, remember I showed you the guy had that bounce, that thing you fill up with air, that ball he had, and when he let it go, it fell to the ground. The guy was like, oh, he pushed it down. No, he just moved his arm and it fell. I think, and I'm thinking, like, what are these people talking about? All day long they put floaty things in the air to be like, look, we're in outer space, and it's all fake. You see their hair floating up. Like, come on, man. I can't believe people fall for this stuff. Are they that slow?
Well, you know, a lot of fake shit, bro.
Let me show. I actually screenshotted it because my mind was so blown that I don't know if they're trolling or they're that stupid. That's where I'm at with it. My mind was blown that much. Here it is. One dude wrote a fucking book. Watch this. It's right here. He wrote a fucking book. The first guy said, nothing floats in space. This guy said, nothing floats in space. You're in orbit, which means you're in constant free fall. Huh. The whole flight of them is about them going in outer space. What is this dude talking about, yo? Then the second guy says, I watched her shove a bag into a compartment, accidentally knocking the Nutella out of the compartment. I suspect the first time it shows that part was deliberately cut out. What part was cut out? To set the narrative. There's nothing cut out. It says you see what actually happened the second time, but your brain has already been primed with the false reason. You hear this bullshit? He's projecting what he's been primed with. I watched the man's arm gripping the ball slip and impart motion into the ball. Like, what is he talking about? Questioning this is basically being surprised that when you push on something, it moves. These people are stupid. The ball's filled with air. It's supposed to float. Aren't we in outer space? Why is their hair floating upward? Everything should float. It shouldn't fall at all.
But how we know we been?
They're not even in outer space. They're fucking in some fucking studio.
Ain't no one there in
Well,
see, he's saying I'm in denial, but he's in denial. He says,
who cares?
You see these things happening with your own eyes, right? Is it pure denial or just horribly gross lack of understanding? He's projecting everything. All these NASA people, he's literally projecting himself. They believe the lies. They believe in rocks in outer space, you know. They believe there's Mars rovers. Like, somebody can control a Mars rover from Earth 50,000 light years away. Like, these people are fucking slow, man. And they say I'm slow.
Well, let them be slow, bro. You gotta fucking just rejoice in the fact that more people don't believe that shit than ever.
TV was made for entertainment.
And most especially, be fucking joyous with the fact that you don't fucking fall for that shit anymore.
Yeah. He was just projecting himself, man, and it's mind blowing. Like, they're that butthurt that they've been played. They don't want to accept it, you know.
There ain't no one there. It never was.
These cats are in a studio somewhere underground, probably.
I mean, if this conversation came up in between me and somebody else that I knew I was going to disagree with, and they'd be like, "What you think about the space thing?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I think it's all fake." And they go, "Oh, really?" They're like, "Yeah." He'd be like, "Well, I think it's real." I'd be like, "Oh, okay."
That's cool.
And I just leave it at that, bro. I don't fucking care to fucking, okay, well, I don't. I think it's fake. I've looked at it, and my conclusion, I trust what I saw, and that's what I believe. I don't, if you still, then you just ain't looked at what I looked at. And that's it. I'm not fucking interested in changing people's shit anymore about it. But I definitely make it known that no.
Just like people hear what they want to hear, they see what they want to see.
No, I wasn't trying to change his mind. I just didn't like the fact he was calling me stupid.
Well, that's fine, bro. I've been called worse by worse people, so.
Yeah, I should ignore it. You're right.
That's why it's all obsolete. Because everybody hear what they want to
Fucking make a diss song. Put that shit in a rap, bro. Fuck it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I might.
You know what I
'Cause
think?
I got to finish writing this verse. I might put that in there.
I was thinking this the other day randomly, and perfect time to tell you about it. I think because I was listening, somebody played I don't listen to much Eminem and shit. I'm not really into Eminem too much. I never really liked him that much and everything. But somebody played one of his songs, and I was listening to it. I was like, damn, you know what? I was like, it kind of sounds like Chuck, just with a more angry. You know, Eminem's got that angry fucking edge or fucking tone to. You ever try to just make a fucking angry verse? Just go all fucking
Go off,
ham
yeah.
on it.
Yeah, he's more what's the word I'm looking for? He's more what's the word I'm looking for? Animated.
Right.
Which you're supposed to be, but I used to be more aggressive in my rhyming. But I think it was because when I would freestyle back in the day, I would drink a lot. And now that I don't drink, I'm more laid back when I rhyme. I'm not too aggressive anymore.
Yeah, I think
and
you
I
need
think
to.
that played a big part. The alcohol played a huge part in me being more aggressive when I would rhyme.
Yeah, just find something else besides alcohol. Or here's another thing, like you when you record your shit, you do it all in one take, right? Like you do the whole song, like you just spit it out, or pieces.
Sometimes it could be a few times. Like the song "Television" that took about 8 takes. The only
No,
one
I
I did
mean,
one take was the one that has the horrible ad libs to it. I'm gonna redo that and take those ad libs out. I still got it on the thing.
what I
I'm gonna
mean is
fix
once you
it out.
start, you sing the whole song.
Oh yeah, I have to, yeah, because I've done it where I would do one part and I fucked up and then I cut that out and I tried to go in and add and it sounds
Right.
like two different parts. It kind of sound. I'll show you next time what song it is, and you'll be able to tell that I stopped and then.
Well, if you could get better at editing and knowing when and where to like have your edits come in, and you can learn to overlap and do certain little things, and maybe double track, and you can have like yourself doing the same verse but on 2 different takes, and then you layer them together so that it gives you kind of like a who does. There's somebody else that Tupac has done a little bit of that, where he doubles his voice and he's got two verses.
Oh yeah, I like to do
Yeah.
that with the rhyming words double up.
Yeah, shit like
Look
that.
at this, man. This is what I think the Civil War was about, yo. Look at this. Did anyone believe fires can do this? Maybe it's just me. Look at this, yo. They destroyed all the nice buildings. Imagine finding something so beautiful and then you just be like, let's blow them all apart and build some wooden garbage. Send it my way, bro. What do you mean by that? Eyes wide shut. Yet she wants to be a cop. Hold on. She doesn't want to work. Always walking away from the register. Calls in at least once a week. Yet she wants to be a cop. I asked why she wants to be a bootlicker for the government. She is a Republican, 18, and knows us all. I work with a teenage girl who is taking classes at the Voltech Criminal Justice. She wants to be a pig, and she is worthless. Candy's funny, man.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
I would never want to be it. I remember my old landlord. I went to talk to him yesterday to see about rooms for rent, and his wife was the woman that passed. And
they're attention whores, bro. It's people who are attention whores who drawn to that kind of stuff.
he I remember cops are hiring in Hartford. He's like, Chuck, you should be a cop. but I ended up getting my job at the bus company. I was like, hell no. I don't care how much they pay. I'll never be no fucking cop. You know? And if I was to be one, I'd be a crooked motherfucker, I'll tell you that.
Well, you were speaking against crooked cops.
I know. No, I wouldn't step on people's rights. I'm talking, if I had to raid places, I would keep the drugs.
fuck the dumb shit, right?
Yep. Hey, I'm being honest. I wouldn't step on people's rights if I was a cop. Hell no, man. Nope. They would fire me because I would be against them disrespecting people. I'd be like, nah, bro, that's wrong. There's a constitution. You know? Or I'd be like, leave them alone, man. It ain't even worth it. That's why I couldn't be a cop. They would fire me so fast. No, I'm not stepping on people's rights. A lot of these cops are a piece of shit. You know, oh, I'm a good cop. But when you roll up on the scene, you ever see, like, when the cop has someone on the ground, right? And he's got him cuffed. The other cops say he's like, I don't know. Say he's got him on the ground, but he has him already. Other cops will roll up and run up and just start kicking him and punching the dude. There'd be like 6 cops on one guy, just beating him up. You know, shit like that. It's like, they're the biggest gang in the world. Police. They're a gang for sure. No ifs, ands, or buts.
All right, let's see.
But yeah, these buildings here, yeah, man, look at this. Like, such beautiful buildings, man. Like, what were they hiding? Why did they have to blow them up? My question. I always think that when I look at them. Like, what are they hiding? I got some good pictures. Let me see, dude. There was one that I screenshotted that had the text still on it. Like, I love sound of birds. You know, birds, when they tweet like that, they're at a 432 hertz. Yep, 432 hertz when they tweet. Tweedledee, tweedledee. Damn, Sundone 1. Where was this? What's this? I don't remember screenshotting this. Oh, yeah, this is in the desert, yo.
Watch out, man.
See, look at this building. It has the text still on it. That wire right there. Look how beautiful these old buildings are, man. Man, you know, I got to see a video from the 70s of the Bronx in New York. And man, it was beautiful until it turned into a third world country. They were saying that the Bronx, all the landlords were burning the buildings for insurance money. That's why the whole Bronx, I could remember driving through there in the 80s, and it looked like a war zone. I was still a child, obviously, and I could remember that. Even in here, there's so many buildings abandoned here where I live. And what they like to do here is knock them down and make parking lots instead of fixing them up. There's so many buildings that are abandoned. Like, look at Detroit. They should give them houses to people, but instead, they're going to still find people to buy them and fix them up to pay money, the banks, when they could give them to people to fix up and live in. You know what I'm saying? Like, this world is so crooked with money, man. It's ridiculous. To be honest, if I lived like in the desert in Arizona, I wouldn't mind being homeless. I would get me a tent and I would live like that if it was warmer. And I would save all my money. Fuck that, yo. I'm so tired of this system monopolizing on people. It's designed for us to never get ahead, man. Like even $1 million, that's not even a lot of money anymore in this world. Do you know the value of $1 now is 11 cents? What a fucking joke.
Yeah. So yeah, just keep working harder. Get some overtime. Maybe get a second job. You'll be all right.
Like Jamaicans. I want to learn how to detox the body better. I gotta like Kodak Black always talks about detoxing. I wonder what he does. I wonder what he uses. He's got money though, and he owns a lot of businesses. Kodak Black, people think he's dumb, but he's not. He talked about he knows the value of $1. He owns a moving company. He owns a lot of businesses. He put his money and invested into business. That's why Kodak Black has got money. He don't put a lot of music out. He's smart though. You know, his Haitian family knows the value of $1, and they have businesses. He didn't blow his money. If you look at him in the beginning, he didn't take his money and blow it on cars and chains right away. He bought businesses. He used his money, invested it, you know, because he even knows that rap ain't going to be forever. Kodak Black's actually real intelligent. People be dissing him because he gets high. So what? Let him get high, man. He wants to take perks, let him. Perky, perky, perky. Got you feeling murky. Yo, when I came off of perks and oxys, bro, it was the worst feeling ever, bro. I thought I was dying. Oh, man. I wasn't sleeping at night. I'll never forget that in prison, in jail. Oh, my God. In county, it was the worst ever, bro. I said, yo. The worst part, though, was the not sleeping at night. That was the worst part. It took like a good 2 months to level out normal. It was terrible. So I get when these rappers talk about coming off of stuff, I'd be like, shh. It's the worst. When I started doing perks, I broke my ankle. And the doctor gave me, I was in such pain, you know, I fractured. I didn't break it, I fractured, you know, the bone in the front. I got into a fight. No, actually, the first time I did a perk, I didn't even know what they were, man. I had broke my ankle in that place in the basketball. We had a riot. And some fat kid ran up to me, and I went to turn around to face him, and he ran into me, and my leg stayed crooked, and I fell straight back, and my leg didn't straighten out, and it fractured my ankle. Yo, that shit was crazy. This kid was a fat plump of shit.
That happened to me in a basketball injury. I was guarding a fat point guard, and he fucking went to one side of me, and I think he stepped on the top of my foot and broke.
I went to get up to run, and I fell.
Yeah.
I went to put weight on it, and I fell because it hurt so bad. I didn't even know it was fucked up. And I had to hop on one leg out of there.
Hell, fucking dad was telling me to fucking walk it off. You all right? I'm like, motherfucker, this shit.
Yo, it was crazy. Yo, the benches cleared. Parents are fighting. I punched a dude in his face. I think I started it because the kid went up. And when he came down, the kid was named Shamar. I'll never forget him. He was a fat black kid. And when the dude came down, he elbowed Shamar in his eye. And I just punched that dude. We were losing, too. We were losing by like 40 points. We whooped their ass the first time, but this time we were getting stomped. And I just wailed him twice. Bing, bing. And it just started a melee, man. And I ended up punching the staff in her face by accident. She went to grab me, and I was punching this kid in his face. He was on the ground. And when I cocked my hand back, I punched a lady in the eye by an accident. And her eye was all black. And she was going to press charges, but then they realized I fucked my ankle up. I had a cast up to my thigh. It didn't press charges, thank God, but yeah, I had a cast. And then the second time I fucked my ankle up, I was fighting my roommate. At the time, he knew Kempo, he was black belt, and I had him in a headlock, and I had him such in a good headlock from behind that I was pushing his lower back out so he couldn't elbow me, and I was choking him. And he's like, let me go, let me go. And I knew I shouldn't have let him go, because when I let him go, he fucking spun around and he kicked me right in my fucking front of my shin and fractured that bone. He fractured that bone, man. It fucked my shit up. And once again, I had another cast on my other fucking thing up to my thigh. I was 6 months or 6 weeks or some shit. They gave me mad perks. And I was in such pain, you know, and I was taking them, and when they ran out, I got so sick, and I didn't know what was going on. I thought I had the flu. And my friend was like, it's the pills. And I go, nah. And he was like, yep, it's the pills, bro. And he's like, he went home and got me a perk, and he said, take it. And sure enough, the sickness went away. And I was like, that's the first time I learned that those things are addicting. The doctor never said that they're addicting and you're going to, you can get sick. They didn't say anything about that. He said, just take one every 4 hours. You know, I thought they were like a Tylenol or something. You know, I had no knowledge of what a Percocet was. I was stupid to that stuff. Yup. Do you know, I used to go to meetings and stuff. Do you know 90% of people that start becoming addicts from prescriptions from doctors? 90%, man. That's crazy. So that means pharma's got people strung out. Think about that. Bing bong. Kodak is like the modern day James Brown. Yeah, somebody said that is James Brown. I remember seeing a video about that. What's up, Alchemos? Dean, what the fuck is good, man? Damn, Dean.
Oh.
I was showing my friend Dean. Remember I was talking about cords of wood? Well, I went to go see my old landlord, and I was talking to him about, because he gets cords of wood every winter because he's got a wood stove in his basement and stuff. And we did 5 cords. It was, I couldn't remember. 5 cords we stacked, man. It took almost a whole day, man. We were stacking on the side of the garage, and then the rest we put in the basement. There was so much wood. I remember when the truck dumped it. Oh my God, I thought we were never going to finish. And I showed him your picture. And I said, this dude is in his 70s or late 60s, and he's fucking chopping wood like a champ. Then what happened to Groove? And what happened to fucking Wayne? Everyone's dipping out. Wayne disappeared again.
I'm still here.
Oh.
I don't think people can hear me, so I just.
Yeah, I want some proof, man. Like, I really think a Machine Gun Kelly is Trump's son. I think he plays that role. I cannot find this video I seen. I was scrolling through this guy's channel looking for this guy. He had a clip from like TikTok, and I don't have TikTok. I'm not downloading that app, but he had the picture of Machine Gun Kelly and then the picture of Trump, and he lined them up together, and they came together perfect, yo. And now I can't unsee it. When I look at Trump's son, I see Machine Gun Kelly. And it makes me wonder, like, who makes these masks? And I think people do play many roles, because people say, well, how come, how do they play both roles? Most of the time you see them on TV. So you don't know how old these recordings are. That's how they're able to play both roles. You never see Trump's son just chilling around, right? You only see him on television. He ain't just walking around places. fucking, it's easy for that person to play him and then Machine Gun Kelly be on tour and shit. It's that simple. You know, like I said, you know, most of these people you don't see around all the time. It's not like Machine Gun Kelly's walking down the fucking street. Oh yeah, it's Monday.
I ain't never seen them a day in my life. They don't exist.
Oh man.
I'm acting like it.
Like what's that dude's name? Damn. The Weekend or whatever the fuck his name is. I think what's his name plays that dude. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? I'm gonna jump off here in a half hour. I gotta fucking do a few things. I should have separated the live streams, man. I should have kept the book on one part and then the live stream on another, but it's cool. 1794. They say, man, when I look at some of these pictures, man, this stuff looks like this was some sort of technology. See this map right here. Look at Mexico's that whole part, and look at Louisiana. In the United States was only that little part over there. That whole part was Mexico, and they say, see, and where's the island of California though? In 1794. Now it's connected. That's California over there now, and now it's connected. That's weird. Very interesting on how that works. And then you got this stuff. Looks like some sort of tech. These are in temples in India or somewhere. Now I've showed this picture before. They look like these things. These look like bells or some sort of tech, or maybe they were ovens. I don't know, but yeah. Very interesting. What's this about? John Hancock Building Tower in Boston, Mass. I don't know about that. Aircraft warning. Flashing red for snow. Steady red for rain. Steady blue is clear. Flashing blue is cloudy. Like, who the fuck does dumb shit like that? I gotta look further into this picture. That's in Mass. And this building right here got tech on. You can see the wire on that thing. I forgot where this picture is. Look at all this. I don't know what happened in the groove. Yeah, I feel you, Dean, man. The only way things are gonna change if we do something about it, and I really don't have the answers for that. I don't. I wonder how high this is, this picture in the background. Like, I think about it, like, I wonder how many miles this picture is. Maybe 20,000 miles? Fuck. Let me move these things out the way. Now look at it. That's gotta be... It almost looks like that's from one coast to the next, right? You know? Man, this is higher than... I gotta watch that video again of the flat Earth one that has like Eric Dubay and it has a bunch of people in it. Where the guy was flying over the Gulf of Mexico and he could see the Appalachian Mountains from there. I think it's the Appalachian, the ones on the West Coast, on a clear day. And he used infrared camera, man. You could see mad far. Now, if this wasn't so chemtrailed up right here, you could probably see real far. Oh yeah, McDonald's. Like, I think that too, man. Like, how can we see through the bullshit? I don't eat McDonald's. The closest thing to fast food I've eaten was Domino's one time. That's about it, man. And I don't even like eating that. I only did it because I had $8, and I was so hungry, and I don't like it because that bread makes you shit fucking all hard and stuff because it's fake bread. Fast food is terrible, man. It ain't good for you. Yeah, I don't fuck with McDonald's. I don't fuck with no Burger King. None of that shit, man. I've been eating a lot more fruit lately. I've been getting pears. I drink a lot of grape juice. I drink what's that stuff called? Peach nectar. You know, pear nectar. I really don't fuck with soda no more at all. I bought some soda the other day. I took a sip. I was like, ugh. I don't even want that shit. Soda's terrible. That shit rots your gut. That's all my roommate used to drink was soda. Damn, In the Groove just dipped out of here. His phone probably died. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to show that picture I got of I got this picture, Dean, of these statues. You know, I'm gonna start looking at statues again, straight up, because Um, oh man. Yo, these places do look abandoned, yo. Like when I'm look at this shit. Look at that building there. It's almost like people haven't been here in hundreds of years. Look at the building on the left. It's all broken windows. And you know what blew my mind is I'm looking at this storefront and it's got those, you know, like the bodegas have those metal things that you pull down. Look at that store. It has those things, yo. And this is the 1800s. That's mind blowing to me. It has those metal shutters you pull down. But yeah, look at that, yo. This shit looks abandoned, yo. Like these people just found these places. It looks like they haven't been used in so long. Like, look at everything. Looks all fucked up. This is wild, man. Everything looks abandoned. That's why I took this picture. It says right here, according to Phoenician legend, Nan-Madal was constructed by twin sorcerers, Olishipa and Alosofa, from the mystical Western Katao, or Kanameoso. The brothers arrived in a large canoe seeking a place to build their altar so they could worship Nani-san, whatever that says, the god of agriculture. After several false starts, the two brothers successfully built an altar off Temwin Island where they performed their rituals. In legend, these brothers levitated the huge stones with the aid of a flying dragon, which means like a craft. When Alishipa died of old age, Alosofa became the first Saudelur. I don't know what that says. Alosofa married a local woman and sired 12 generations, producing 16 other Saudelur rulers of the Dipolop great clan. Then this one, according to, man, I can't really see that fucking arrow's in the way. According to Chuchuan, extended from somewhere north of Hawaii to the south as far as the Fijis and Easter Island. He claimed Mu was the site of the Garden of Eden and the home of 64 million inhabitants, known as the Knuckles, something like that. Knuckles. Its civilization, which flourished 50,000 years before Churchward's day. Now, I think that 50,000 is probably 5,000. It says was technologically more advanced than his own. He said the ancient civilizations of India, Babylon, Persia, Egypt, and the Mayas were the decayed remnants of Mu's colonies. Churchward claimed to have gained his knowledge of his lost land after befriending an Indian priest who taught him to read an ancient dead language spoken by only 3 people in all of India. The priest disclosed the existence of several ancient tablets written by the Nakals. He allowed Churchward to see these records after initial reluctance. His knowledge remained Hold on, let me let Dean up. His knowledge remained incomplete, as the available tablets were more fragments of larger text. Churchward claimed to have found verification and further information in the records of other ancient peoples. His writings attempted to describe the civilizations of Mu, its history, inhabitants, and influence, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they're saying these people had flying dragons, and man, this stuff interests me. I watched that guy, Dean, called the my lunch break. The dude's got good stuff.
Yeah, I watched some of this stuff. You know, it's, I don't know. I mean, to me, we wouldn't have got giant plants and that unless we'd had better oxygen. It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense that the vapor canopy collapses, and that we are in a collapse at the moment. That it's collapsed, and that it's the supply of oxygen that makes things bigger.
I think the island of Mu, or the land of Mu, was real, because if you look at this, see all these dots in the land of Mu? Well, I was researching the Pacific Islands, and man, there's like a regular map like this don't show all the islands. It'll show Hawaii and like one other island.
That's what I was showing that link I sent you yesterday on the seamount, actual seamount that's off the coast of America in the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I was reading that. What you posted, I was reading it.
Yeah, it's bloody interesting. I mean, when you think about it, that seamount is massive. And then you compare that to what happened with the Tonga eruption. The Tonga eruption, it went out across the sea floor and terraformed the sea floor up to 3,000 meters away from the site itself.
See?
Now, if you're talking about a thing under the water that's capable of restructuring the land, the base, you can easily see.
New Zealand's right there. You're right.
Yeah.
Maybe New Zealand was part of Mu too. If you look.
I think it is. I think it was.
Oh no, there's New Zealand. Look, see Mu, and then New Zealand's right there at the bottom. Huh. Interesting.
Well, I'll send you a picture, but they've got a new picture of what they call Zealandia. I searched out the new picture for Zealandia, and it takes in the bottom where that purple line goes. You got there, and it goes right up to that blue line, and out across to Cook Island.
Oh, I see it. Cook Island's right near, right there.
Yeah, and Samoa.
Cook Island.
Tokelau.
Yep, Samoa's right there. I see Samoa.
Yep.
Tonga.
Well, Tonga, the Kermadec Islands and Norfolk Island, New Caledonia and Fiji are all in Zealandia, the massive landscape that they've got.
Yep, there's Fiji right here, Tonga, the Samoa, the Cook Islands, and what was the other one?
Tokelau, New Caledonia, Norfolk Island, Vanuatu, Fiji,
Yeah, Fiji's are there, and then there's New Caledonia. Yep, that's there, right near Fiji. My grandfather, you know what's crazy? See, my grandfather served in the war, and he was out in these islands. I forgot what war that was. My grandfather was in. Was that World War One?
That would be World War II.
Two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're talking about those islands. Have you heard about that thing called cargo cult? Have you heard that, Chuck?
Of what?
It's called cargo cult.
No.
And if you look up cargo cult, you'll see that during the Second World War, there were American planes dropping huge container loads of not container, but what do you call them? Pellet loads of gear. And these people that were there had never seen a plane. They were making statues of planes that they prayed to that bring back all this beautiful stuff they had, like cigars and liquor and clothing. Have a look at it. Look up cargo cult. You'll see some amazing things about how cargo cult was. It was like that movie where they used the Coke bottle.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same principle, the same shit's going down. These people were innocent. They didn't know about technology. And suddenly, technology was in their face and they prayed to them like they were God.
That's interesting. Is this the Ring of Fire? I think this is the Ring of Fire right here.
They advertise to those people.
What was that?
That's wild, man. Because if they
had the cargo cult, they had advertised to those people.
Yes.
You got Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia. Huh.
That's what's going on right now.
I want to go out there to those islands, man.
International trade agreement. That's cargo cult.
Yep. Exactly what we're actually being influenced by is the same kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know? How do you build a world? You design it, and then you create it. And you can design the world that we're living in out of the book that's known as the Bible.
Huh.
If you can see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you can't, it doesn't matter.
Man, it makes me wonder, man.
Who the cargo cults have introduced technology to, if you to tell them these stories about politicians, they'll think you're talking about God.
Yeah, somebody should do a little thing on cargo cult and look it up, because I believe the world, we are programmed in the same, potentially in the same way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Chapel of Santero.
I heard about cargo cult before.
So then that means these people that are on these islands can't be descendants, or maybe they are descendants of the land of Mu, but the land of Mu had technology. Now, when I look at this map, it makes me wonder, the oceans might have not been this high. So that means if the land of Mu is gone, and all these islands are probably like the mountaintops of Mu, because there's tons of cities under the ocean too over there. Where them islands are, there's tons of shit under the water.
Yeah, I concur with London. and the fact that we are living in a crater, and they've been filling it up with water. They allow water in from outside,
Yeah, the flood.
yeah.
They're probably melting ice, and that's what could have. They say God did it, but they could be melting ice outward to find stuff.
Pretty clever. I watched a bit of what Black Sheep Researcher was showing the other day. Paul showed 2 islands. One of them in Antarctica that was called Shortcut Island. Shortcut to where? Hey, Chuck.
Huh.
Hey, Chuck. If you name an island in Antarctica, Shortcut Island, where's it a shortcut to?
Huh.
They didn't block off Antarctica for nothing, That's where all the water comes in. And holes in the floor. You've heard of those bloody soak holes they have in Russia, and probably even in America. There's soak holes, but we see water going down through them now. What if the water level from where it came from down there is lower than what it was, and it's like a big pump, and it just pumps it through?
There's what do you call them things, like drains? There's up near the pole up there on some maps I found.
Yeah,
they have whirlpools in the oceans. They don't talk about those, and I think that's what creates these tides. I think there is something at the pole that drains the water and pushes it out like it's breathing.
Yeah,
I think it's like, I don't know, like you're saying, it could be like some machines or something. I don't fucking know, but no planes really fly over the north.
Some of these clever buggers, there's some clever bastards about stuff. And I've seen these people, they can actually high pressure water just using vacuum sealed units, right? So you can get a bottle, half fill it with water, and then put a water intake into it, and it'll pressurize the water in there, which forces the water into another space. I believe the same system's going on within the Earth.
Because I've seen some video where this guy said when Admiral Byrd, he went in the Earth at the north and came out in the south. And they went in a boat, and there's underground cities and civilizations under the fucking Earth. I think there's trains that go under the oceans too that connect the continent. I don't think some parts of these oceans are that deep.
Well, I was talking to me mate. He actually took gold for jiu-jitsu in Japan, right? And he's the guy that come down and give me a hand when we would. But the thing is, he was saying that he could get on one of these bloody magnetic trains now. They're doing bloody 400 miles an hour or something.
Oh yeah, in Japan, yeah, they got I think it's Mach 2. Them fucking things go, man.
Yeah. And he said he's been on one. He says it's just like sitting in a fucking chair in your lounge. You wouldn't even know you were doing that speed.
They shape them like this bird. I forgot. Because they used to shape them a different way, and when they would go through the tunnels, it would make something would happen. So they had to reshape the front of the train because it goes so fast. It creates like this sound that would it would shake the ground when it would come through the tunnel and shit.
Right.
I seen some video on them trains in Japan. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so we know. I mean, we know that railway tracks run parallel, right, to the GPS setting of sea level, and so therefore,
Here it is.
those. I was trying to show me, mate. You see this train track here? He said you can go down 18 stories, and they're all different train levels.
Here's the wood. You sent me this picture. That's a lot of wood. Holy fuck.
Hey,
How many
I
chords is
doubled.
that? 3, 4 chords? 5? That looks like 6 chords.
Yeah, I
That's
think it's close to 6, but I mean, I've added another 3 onto that already in the last couple
damn.
of days. The thing is,
Awesome.
Jack, we can't afford to go cold over winter. Maureen, like me, she's paying.
How's Maureen doing?
Well, she gets pain, where the cold doesn't help. And, yeah, she's healing up well. She's healing up really well.
Good.
We actually cooked a meal together last night. That's the first time for a while.
Good. That's awesome,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's healing good. Because my aunt broke her hip, and man, bro, whoo, she was in. She had to go to one of them like homes or some shit to
Yeah, well, that would have happened
rehabilitate.
with Maureen. That would have happened with Maureen if I wasn't around. Okay. Yeah.
Look at this. I just want to show this real quick. It's China. Look at all these pyramids. This is the one I wanted to show. I showed the wrong one earlier. I mean, these go as far as the eye can see. All these pyramids. This is in China. Holy shit! As
But look
far
at
as
the
the horizon.
foreground. Look at the foreground. That's got to be a huge tunnel going into something there.
Man, see, this is the shit they don't talk about. I never even knew China had this many pyramids. What's going on, man? And they've put dirt over them to try to be like, those are hills with grass. Damn. The Mongols maybe built these. Who knows? Why is there so many
I
of them?
think they're all probably replicas of the original pyramids of Gaza.
I know in
I think
Russia,
I think
they
the
got a huge
original
one.
pyramids of Gaza are where all of the measurements were actually designed from.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like the Egyptian pyramids. I've seen better ones like in Russia. There's a huge pyramid that even in Mexico, I like the ones in Mexico or in South America. They got some nice pyramids there. The ones in Mexico look like you could land. They were made to land crafts on them. Like the land of Mu talks about those flying dragons. I don't think they mean real dragons. I think they mean it spit fire out the back because they were.
Saying it's the cargo cult. That's what I was saying about it. It's the cargo
Yeah.
cult. Those people could see a bloody thing coming in. That as far as they're concerned, that was coming from the gods. I think that technology's been here. UFO, anything that looks like a ship that wasn't from this world is technology from a different world that was set here on the Earth at one stage. Everything's a stage anyway. It's all staged here. Everything is. If you can't get out of the place, like if you had 1,000,000 years of being here and you figured out you couldn't get out of the place, what would you do with it?
Yeah, you right. Act like you gods.
Act like your gods, exactly. Yeah, it's all what do you call it? Facades and smoking mirrors, really.
Yeah, magic. It's all magic.
Yeah. I realized that I was having a conversation with the one day. What's your name again? Yahweh, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yahweh. I was having a conversation with a guy, and I was just thinking to myself, like I said to him, if you knew you were stuck in a bubble somewhere, what would you do? Would you stay with the same theme all the time, or would you recreate and redesign your environment?
Yeah, rethink about it. Yeah, redo.
Redo, I
Renew
think you
your
would.
mind.
I think you would, because you become stagnant if you
Damn.
if,
I
if
didn't
you
even know I
stagnant.
was fucking muted, man. I was over here talking to myself.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
travel if I was trapped in it. If I knew this place, like we can't even travel, yo. They keep us fucking. You got to ask permission to travel. It's such a joke, man. Like
Well,
that's why
they
they keep.
know that travel is the thing that gives people a different view of things, because there are different views around the earth, and so you can get a different picture of what you could live as.
They
yeah.
pin
I
us
mean,
against each other too.
the
They
same
make
thing
us
happened.
unfair.
Because
Yeah,
you're
the
Well,
same
educated.
thing happened with the the World War. The World Depression. The World Depression. People were living on food stamps in cities. You had to wait for your monthly book of food stamps.
yeah, I
But
remember that.
they noted there was a whole different lifestyle going on out in the country.
Yep.
The people out in the country weren't having to worry about whether the next book of food stamps came along. They could just plant the seeds in the ground and grow their own.
Yep.
They could go out and get one of their beef out in the paddock, and they could put beef in their food in their cupboard.
But that's how they got people to depend on the government slowly but surely. That was a trick. Once
Yeah,
they
of
got
course.
you with the free food, the food stamps, people
Yeah,
didn't want to grow food no more. They said, we'll just wait on the government. And that
exactly.
slowly was a trick.
Yes, it
Now,
was.
what don't we depend on them for? It's a fucking joke.
I know, Chuck. I know, and it's just a way of creating a world. They've got all the tools, and they own our asses because we're the ones that do the bloody work for them. That's how stupid it is.
Understand. The people understand. They understand, so they get what they want for.
The forces that make up this place is actually the human population. That's what shifts everything.
Yeah, the people is the government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
believe what the bloody government tells them, and so that's what they do the work for them.
They believe what they tell themselves.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so then they start, it's called programming. So then they start asking the government to do their job. You get programmed to ask them to do their job because no
And
one taught them.
that's all we do today. We don't teach children how to be bloody a real person. We teach them how to be a slave
Yeah, the
for the
educated.
system.
Yeah, understand how to spell.
That's why when people talk about their homeschooling, I take my hat off to any person who will homeschool their children away from the ideals that this world has.
Yeah, and they'll treat you like something wrong with you. So people don't do that because they don't want to get mistreated.
Yeah.
Assembly line.
Well, I got I was in a big debate, and my mate goes, "Hey, Dean, you're a flat earther," and I go, "Oh, here we go." And I said, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther," and within about 5 minutes, the whole bloody place was on my ass, and it was just like, I just thought to myself how easily we all want to fit in and be normal and say, "Oh no, I know what's going on. He's got to be right because, hey, everybody else says he is, right?" And I was up against it, but anyway, I held my own. Everything they said, and I said, "Well, look, they don't make sea levels the governance for height and depth. If it wasn't the governor for height and depth, they wouldn't make the sea level. They wouldn't use the sea as a level surface if it wasn't level."
Your voice sounds a little muffled. I can only tell what you said.
Yeah. I don't know what it is in the background. It's got a muffle in here. But we've got another beautiful blue sky today, and I have got to say that summer might have disappeared for a while, but it came back for the last week of autumn. I'll take you out and you can have a look at me big pile of wood now if you want, chap.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, hey. No matter how much I clean this fucking couch, my cat's first fucks it up. I'm out of junk this whole couch. This cat fucked this whole couch up. I don't even sit on it. I gave the couch to the cat. And I use a brush to clean it, and then 2 days later, it's furred up again. That fucking cat drives me nuts sometimes. What were you saying?
I'm trying to find me. How do I get in? Out of there?
Yeah, this picture is bugged out, man. I didn't know in the 1800s they had store things that slide down like that. Metal things that slid down and went over the store. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like people haven't been here in fucking ages, yo. Look at this place. It looks like it's been abandoned forever. Huh. Maybe it. Huh. I don't know. Wow, there's so many pyramids here. I mean, to even build this many pyramids, I mean, it's insane. These things look small, but they're huge. Imagine all these pyramids lined with the stars. You only as free as you believe that you are. Facts. I'm starting to just, I've always known, like, in the small area I live in, these people can't tell me what to do, but I want to travel, man. I have a chance to go to Sweden. and I can't even go because I got to get a stupid passport. Passports are only like $200. I heard. I was talking to my friend yesterday. Maybe I might go and then never come back. They'll have to come get me. Hillary Rodham Clinton talk about voters and called them on the plantation and also called us out here basement dwellers. Fuck Clinton, that old hag bitch. Her pussy probably smells like fucking rotten fucking. The things people came out and said she does to children is wild. Talking about cutting the face off a child and wearing it. I don't know how true that is. Notice they say the people in the government, I guess only if you work for the government you're considered a people. Because they keep referring to us as tax slaves. The Grim Reaper. Banks or politicians want you to believe that there's a debt they control. You're right, there is no debt. That's what I've been saying, that's a scam. And I'm starting to think when they be like, oh, we're giving 140 trillion to this country and that, they're lying, man. They're fucking pocketing that money. They've been burning us for our own tax money. Don't even come back into the country. They're fucking printing and pocketing all this shit. That's how they get rich. And if we were smart, we would take over the printing machine. That's what we should do. Fuck that. I think it's time we come together, man, on a large scale. If people can come together and march for no kings, we can come together and do something remarkable, man. We could take our country back. Those politicians could go live underground. We don't need them.
But do we want to live like that, though, Chuck?
Huh?
Do we want to live in the same way they made our country? Right?
What do you mean?
Well, the thing is, if you've got a pot of gold, right? If you've got a big pot of gold, you can only divide it into certain sizes. You know, it can only be divided. And you know, it's like somebody said, I think it was can't remember who said it. It was somebody in your chat, and they said, if you were a shoemaker and you sold all of your shoes and you took the whole pot, then you'd have all the money and nobody else would have any. And if you, it's all, you know, it all depends who's got the money, who's got the power. And you know, you give somebody a whole heap of money and then ask him to share it out. He'd probably go, do I want to share it? No. I mean, I see these fellas like Elon Musk and all these buggers. It's just greedy buggers. It's just greedy buggers. They know that all of what they've got in their bloody coffers could feed the bloody world, entire world. Could feed the whole world and still have money in their fucking bank account.
Hell yeah. I can't stand the government. Look at the water stains on that building. Oh, yeah. I was looking at that. This picture intrigues me because it proves that that place looks abandoned for a long time, man. That's a good point. There is some water stains. Wow. You're right. That's some high water, too.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And look at that thing up in the tree to the right. That metal piece, like a fence or something that went over the window. It's in the tree up there. I was looking at that, too.
Yeah.
Place looked abandoned for a long time. I don't remember where this is though. This is in Italy. This is awesome. This is a cemetery, believe it or not. But look how you could go underground. You see them steps?
Yeah.
These are all screenshots from my lunch break. And this one here was 6 toes. He was making a point on how a lot of statues are missing heads, hands, and feet. And this one, they broke a toe off to try to make it look like 5, but that's really 6 toes. And I bet you some of these heads were oblongated heads, and they had 6 fingers. That's why they're cutting them off and breaking them off. So now I'm gonna start looking at statues now.
I see where you're going, you know. I mean, I can understand. The thing is that will we ever have the same environment again?
Probably not.
I can't see it myself. You know. Every environment, if you wash water over or a tsunami over the landscape, it's never going to look the same. And landmarks that I will remember will be gone. They'll be gone. Even I won't recognise my own place. None of us can ever go back. And that's the one thing I've learned about life. You can't go back. You can only go forward.
I think those pyramids were aligned with the stars. There's so many of them. Whoever built those.
Isn't it funny though that they say that the pyramid of Giza and the pyramids, that if you line the lines up, they line up to the bottom of Orion. You know the Orion, the pot?
Yeah. Orion's belt.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the pot, you got 1, 2, 3 stars that indicate the bottom of the pot. And those 3 stars, they reckon that the pyramids of Giza are lined up with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they are. I think they're 200 miles distant.
I'm going to jump off here at 7 hours.
Okay.
I don't want to, but...
Nice to talk to you, Yahweh. Nice to talk to you, Yahweh.
I seen Dean, man, and I said, I ain't jumping off yet. I still got time.
I'm just making some
Tammy
toast.
Tammy said the BG, quite so they made what to harvest gold. Hold up. I don't know enough about that stuff. I was just happening somehow, somewhere. The funny thing is the government prints all the money, and then they convinced us that they want the money back in the form of taxes. Yeah, it's legal extortion, convincing us that they need the money to run the government. Right. And they say, oh, well, tax money is going to go back into the city to fix the streets and to pay the city workers. That's a crock of poop. I think we need to just stop paying taxes. What's the IRS going to do? Arrest the entire country? Fuck them. It is a Ponzi scheme. It's a money grab. It's a fucking joke.
Yep. If we all suddenly stop paying taxes, the place would collapse.
Stop paying rent too.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Get to live for free like we're supposed to. Fuck that. I'm gonna go live in an abandoned building. Rent is getting too outrageous. It is,
Yeah.
man.
Fuck it is. I mean, I understand you, Chuck. I mean, there's places over here in this country, people are selling a caravan as a rental for fucking up to $300 or $400. Caravan. And then you say to them, "Hey, bro, do you think that's ethical?" And they go, "It's fucking worth money, mate. And you gotta fucking, it is what it is. You gotta do what you
Look at
gotta
this,
do."
Dean. Look, Dean, this is supposed to be an old Roman heater they found. I think Roman. I forgot what it said, but it's supposed to be an old heater, old, not a heater, wooden things in the basement, the boiler or whatever. That's what that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Look at this building right here. This thing's a beauty, and look how little the people look, like fucking mice. That thing even looks abandoned. It's like, where did these people go? But here's the Ponzi scheme right here. Look at, you got the reptile eye at the top. But in reality, that's where I'm at, where the eye is. I got my own pyramid. I am a pyramid. I don't need their pyramid. They could shove their pyramid up their ass.
That's what you are. Your own. Yep.
I am God.
Same as Yahweh and same as me, Chuck.
Say it again.
Same as Yahweh and same as me. We're gods.
Yeah. God dwells in our temple, man. That's it.
Yeah.
A lot of these NASA fanboys are hilarious to me, man. They are hilarious.
Just making breakfast.
He said the ball goes when the person hit it down. When the dude didn't even hit the ball down, he let it go and it fell. I wonder what Ponzi means. Let me look up the definition of Ponzi. Fucking Celtics, man. I can't believe the Celtics lost, yo. They playing like I just don't get it. They're such a good team during the regular season and they fucking blew it to the fucking Sixers. They were up 3-1. Fucking losers. Ponzi. No, I want the definition of Ponzi. I know what a Ponzi scheme is. All right, what's the meaning of Ponzi? Ponzi. See, they put the word scheme after it. I just want to know what Ponzi means. Anyway, man. They can't even give me the definition of Ponzi. They got to keep putting scheme after it like fucking idiots. The founding fathers said the only legitimate money is money that does not burn. Money in silver and gold, not freaking paper. Yeah. Greenbacks, IOUs. Somebody printed some shit on money and said, this has value. Now, it's like selling a baseball card, right? Same thing with $1. It only has value if someone buys it. It's like $1. $1 got no fucking value to it. It only has $1 because we say it does. But in reality, the dollar don't have value. It's just a piece of paper with stuff on it. Now, gold and silver,
but the bank
that has value because you could use it for many different things. Gold and silver, it's a metal, you know. You can melt it down. You can make jewelry. You could trade with it. You can, you know, what are you gonna do with $1? Wipe your ass? That's about it. Blow your nose with it.
The bank will honor. The bank will honor it. And that's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the bank didn't honor that dollar bill, you wouldn't get anything out of it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like gold and silver, even if it wasn't used as money, you could use it for many other things, you know? So it has way more value.
Wow, you look at a computer chip, that's got gold, it's got gold in it, isn't it? And a computer chip is more valuable than $1 note.
Now it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Many states have made it illegal to be homeless. So what the fuck are you gonna do? That's crazy, yo. That they raised the prices.
They've done a New Zealand truck. They've made it illegal for people to sleep on the street.
Oh. But still, like, people can't afford rent because they raised it up high. What are they supposed to do? People end up, you know how many homeless people are in Connecticut here? Oh my God, man. I hate the government, man. I really do.
If you own home, don't you just own a prison for yourself?
Huh?
If you own your own home, don't you just own your own prison?
Yeah, it could be. I just like to have a roof over my head in the winter. If it's the summertime, okay, I could survive a little bit outside. Even though it sucks, you'd have nowhere to go chill when you want to chill and be alone. But let's say I end up homeless, right? Within the next month or two. At least it's warm out. But the rent is getting so ridiculous in Connecticut. The homeless rate is like through the roof, man. When I walk in Hartford, I see at least 300 homeless people. No, not that many. I'll say at least 150. That's a lot of people, man. And they're everywhere on the railroad tracks. It's getting so bad that they cut all the woods down, like on the side of the highways. People were putting tents and stuff, trying to sleep. They cut all that down. If they see a tent or anything, they'll throw it in the garbage, you know, and all your belongings with it. If you leave your tent and you got clothes and your belongings, they throw it all in the trash. That's how they solve the problem. They don't help the people. They'll just throw your shit out.
Yeah.
That's how the city solves the problem. They don't help you, but they'll throw your shit out. It's fucking a joke, man. That's why homeless people need to come together. And we got to do something. You know, it's just fucked up. I wish I could help all the homeless people, man. If I had $1 million, I would build apartment building just for homeless people to get on their feet. But there'd be requirements. You know, you got to be clean and shit like that.
I had that plan, you know. I was working towards buddy a plan, something similar. And I think I'm worrying that if we get financially sustainable, I'd like to build a place here where people can get shelter here and their food.
Yeah. Some rapper did that in Chicago. He was helping his people, black people in the neighborhood that couldn't afford to get on their feet. So he bought these apartment buildings and he made it for people to live for free to get on their feet. And what do you know, man? A month later, he was dead. They shot him, killed him. Now, I think they put a hit on him. They don't like it when you start helping people, man. You know, he bought those apartment buildings to let them live for free, and someone didn't like that.
Well,
I forgot the rapper's name.
I was in town talking about this with somebody, and they said to me, "You're in the wrong place, then. You've got to be in the town to do that, because all those homeless people only hang around town. They don't come out into the country."
Oh shit. Yeah, I remember that show. Happy Days. His name was Fonz. That's close to Ponzi.
But people don't want to go away from the city. They've been programmed that that's where your food comes from. They get it for free there. Right? It's delivered into the city. And people have been...
Hey, man, I ain't a scam. My name ain't Charles Ponzi. That's fucked up. Why is my name always related with some fucked up shit? Charles Manson, fucking... Damn, King Charles. I can name so many negative people with the name Charles, man. It's fucked up. I'm like the only good one out of all the people in my name.
How the fuck did that happen?
I don't know, man. You know, Hitler was born the day after me. Hitler was born on the 20th of April. I was born on the 19th.
They all followed Hitler and left the rest of the big bastards behind.
I'm the only one that took the name Charles and did something positive with it. I love my name.
Actually, the Germans actually the most advanced bloody people in the world, I reckon. Well, they were once.
My mother couldn't have picked a better name. And then my middle name is my grandpa's name, which means, I forgot what it meant, but it means something. But yeah, Charles in German is Karl, and it means free man. That's what Charles means. And I've always lived up to that name, even not even realizing it when I was younger.
Well, what, you get what you are, Chuck?
Yeah, I wish I could be more free and like travel the world, man. That's what I've always wanted to be, as a explorer. I want to go to the Amazon. I want to go find some pyramids. You know, I just don't want to find no tarantulas, and I don't want to find no big ass pythons or snakes. I'm good with that. Even though they say snakes really don't fuck with people, man. Like people say, they're really not about messing with people. Unless you try to harm them, then they'll fuck you up. But other than that, snakes mind their business. But still, just the sight of them bugs me out. A big worm-looking thing that crawls on the ground is bugged out to me. And it starts wrapped around you and chokes you. Huh?
It's only your mind that allows you to think like that.
Yeah. Well, what if a big tarantula fell on your head? You wouldn't bug out?
No, wouldn't worry, man. I'd be a little bothered for a start, but I wouldn't go.
I wouldn't panic, mate. No way.
That's how we'll solve the homeless rate, guys. We'll make it illegal to be homeless. That'll solve the problem.
Yeah.
That's how stupid politicians are, man. These people don't deserve to represent our country. They don't. They don't even represent. We gave them an inch. He said, represent our country for us. And they fucking took a mile and they shit our country into the fucking dump. This whole world's going to the dump, man. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to jump off of here. I did 7 hours today. I figure. Yeah, I was reading this book I'm reading called Conspirator's Hierarchy of the Committee of 300. It's a wild book, Dean. I've been reading it for at least an hour every live.
Yeah, I heard a couple of your readings of it. Well, I don't know how you got the patience to carry on myself.
You get a lot of snow in New Zealand? I don't even think it would snow in New Zealand. That's wild.
Actually, I should have taken a picture the other day. We had a beautiful covering of snow on the hills.
Yeah, when I look at the map, it's like but you guys are pretty close to the Antarctic wall. Just like I think Australia is part of the. I think Australia is part of the was connected to because the shape they got Australia. I don't think it's shaped like that. I think it's much longer. And you even said that some parts of Australia you can't even go to. It's like the Grand Canyon. You're not allowed, and that makes me wonder, what are they hiding?
The other thing you got to think of, if there was less water here, if the ocean was smaller, that would make that wall come out further into the. Right?
Maybe, yeah. I think I know what you're saying. What's up, Tommy? Thanks, Tommy. I should have separated the read, though. Next time I'm going to separate the read like I did the other time from the open panel, but it don't matter. If people want to listen to it, they could fast forward either way. Yeah, it's Monday morning for you, Dean. It's already 4 o'clock here. It's Sunday.
Oh, yeah?
That's crazy, Dean's. Well, in reality, you're really not in the future, but man-made time says you're in the future. That's why I think time travel isn't possible. I don't think time exists like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But let me jump off here. I'm about to go eat. It was good to see you, Dean, man. I know it's hard for you to come by sometimes because your time's way different, but it's good to see you. I'm glad Maureen's doing good. And,
she is. I'll just let you bring her out. Bring your. Oh no, she's still asleep. Oh, I'll leave her alone. There she is.
Hello, Maureen.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, feeling it slowly.
I'm glad you're doing better.
Yes, oh my.
See you later, bro.
All right, Dean. You guys have a good day.
Yep, it's 8 o'clock here. I want to get moving. Get on with things.
All right.
Later, bro. See ya.
All right, Dean. Take it easy.
See you, everyone. Take care.
Man, I can't believe I've been going 7 hours. But peace to everyone in the chat. I'm glad everyone came by. I'll try to go live tomorrow. I got a lot to do in the morning, but maybe I'll go live in the afternoon. But everyone have a great rest of their day, and I will see you guys next time. Peace out. Stay balanced.